Hey! At least you can see the screen this time. Just loading in. It takes a while when I'm streaming. I gave it like a whole minute. It takes a really long time to load in. It always catches me by surprise. But welcome! We're back. Another stream. There was no episode this week, so it's still continuing on from episode 57 for anyone who is still coming off of the regular episodes. I'm not replacing them with streams or anything like that. It's just there is a lot to do before I feel like I'm ready to record the next one. Welcome back. Alrighty. Stopped watching my Anno series because you got too much to catch up on? No, man, that's the beauty of it. It's not like you gotta be there the day it comes out. That's a great thing with it. Some people still find it now. It's got nearly 2 million views the first episode, so there's always people trickling on in. Can't wait for update 8. Me neither. It just sounds awesome. Everything they're adding to it, there's like so much stuff. I should really, I don't know if anyone else has done this. I'm sure someone has. Make a compilation of like everything that's coming in the update, because they've been teasing it for so long with all these different videos and announcements and what's going to be in it that I kind of forget some of the older stuff that's going to come in. But yeah, the power poles, the blueprint deleting and nudging mechanics, all this stuff, the better ziplining and the better jetpack stuff. Oh my god, there's tons of stuff. Alright, so the map has changed a little bit since you've last seen it, right? So this is continuing on from episode 57 in my Let's Play. So we have, just to get refamiliar, that's the aluminum refinery over there. We got the big fused frame factory over in the northwest. And then we've got this new thing. So I built another transport hub. Oh, the dismantle filtering, yeah, as well. But yeah, I built a brand new transport hub, which is exactly modeled on the old one, except it actually has doors going out the back and the front. So we'll go over to that in just a moment and have a look at it. Now, the reason I've been building transport hubs and this sort of thing around the map is basically because I'm planning on building a supercomputer factory and a computer factory and circuit board and high-speed connector, all the kind of computer components in one place. Not actually too sure where I'm going to do it. I was thinking somewhere up by the Spire coast, because there's a bunch of oil that I'm going to need as well, so I think we'll probably go up there and grab that oil. But it just felt like with so many resources needed for this factory, it would take a long time to pull everything together. So what I've been trying to do in between episodes is build these transport hubs, hook them up to the rail network, and then that way we can just deliver the goods anywhere we need to as long as it's on the rail network. So all this ore, Caterium ore, iron ore, copper ore, all these kind of things. So we can have a quick fly out and have a look at it, and then I can catch some of the chat. Yeah, you can feel free to ask questions. I'll probably miss a bunch of chat. It's just the nature of how I stream. I could sit here and just talk with you guys constantly, but I just cannot play the game and talk super well. So I don't know why I stream at all, but yeah, just bear in mind, if I miss your question, just ask again and I'll get to it, you know? So I just started playing the game because of watching you play. Thanks, man. No worries, Adam. Hope you're enjoying it. Alrighty, so this is the new and improved transport hub, which we'll have a look at in just one sec. What's update 8 gonna have? Well, this is, there's tons of videos out there right now, but it would be good to have it all compiled into one, and I'll probably do that once it releases. But update 8 is gonna have a ton of things, so I can't even remember it now. I really should have written it down. But if you go to the Coffee Stain YouTube channel, they put videos out every single week about what's coming in it for the past month, pretty much. And let's see, what would be the biggest features? So, to me, some of the huge ones are, well, the ones that they just announced recently, let's tackle those first. You've got these giant power poles that will allow you to kind of, well, basically, they give you much greater distance of where power can reach without having to build smaller poles. It also allows for free ziplining between them, so you don't have that janky thing anymore where if you've got power connectors on the roof or whatever, or yeah, I guess on the roof or on sides of things, you can now just zipline all the way across. You don't have to like let go and re-grab them. It's just like a continuous flow. And then combine that with the big power poles, now you can go like really far, really fast. That'll be really cool. When you're placing blueprints, now you can lock them in place and kind of look around them to make sure you've got the positioning correct. If you are still placing it down and you're unhappy with it, you can delete entire blueprints very easily without having to go through them individually, so that's going to be really nice as well. They're changing how jetpacks work so that you can actually put turbo fuel into them now if you want to get extra distance or whatever. There's a few different parameters to what that gives you. Biofuel gives you something else, for instance. Just tons of stuff, so, you know, you gotta go check it out for yourself, but because there's just so much in there. It's like A lot of little things, but it really is starting to feel like it's going to add up to a very, very big update. Oh, of course, how could I forget? It's swapping the engine from Unreal 4 to Unreal 5. And you're going to get all sorts of changes with that. Ideally, performance improvements. One of the big things is if you're building a factory on the edge of a world tile, so let's say there's actually an invisible seam here on the ground that we can't quite see. And as I transition from here to there, the next chunk is going to get loaded in. And sometimes you'll get this stutter. But what they're using is a world partitioning system that's baked into Unreal 5 for open world type games, which allows you to kind of just stream whatever's in front of you wherever you are as you move through it. There's also going to be nanite, so that should improve optimization as well, generally speaking. And then lumen, the improved lighting as well, which is going to actually give you better screen space ambient occlusion, better reflections and lights from the little signs that you can place down on things. So all of this good stuff. So I won't bore you any further with that, but lots of stuff is coming in it. Yeah, you can dismantle things by, instead of dismantling like all of this, you could say, oh, I just don't really want to get the concrete, so we're just only going to get the frame windows. So that kind of thing. So you can kind of do that already, but there's improvements to that and lots of different quality of life improvements. Hello, Smirkus. All right, so, oh yeah, the parachute as well is getting changes. So just really quickly before I read any more chat, so this is my second transport hub. Really like the look of this one. Basically, I've got rows of truck stops and stations on this side, but I've also got it on the other side too. So it's a complete mirror copy of the other transport hub, except that it just duplicates this side on the back of it as well. Am I ever going to need 14 different, truck bays? I don't know, but if I ever do need it, it's here, so that'll be good. And I did build it by hand. I didn't copy and paste it. It actually had to be lowered down than... Because I was thinking, oh, I could go into Satisfactory Calculator and just copy it and position it over here. But then I just felt like it needed to change a little bit anyway, and that the railway isn't quite the same height. It has to go up based on where I've chosen to build this thing. So the railways have to actually go up and down, depending on how you look at it. All right, so we'll get into the swing of things now in just one sec. But in between here, we've got the... basically a walkway that will carry us between all the different truck stations so we can kind of look at them, and then they're all being fed turbo fuel just so that any truck that ever arrives here gets fuel picked up immediately. And if you just want to look upstairs very quickly, I haven't actually added the stairs onto this end, but the other end has stairs that we can have a look at. It takes us up to the train stations and the drone ports. I think you guys will like how I've done the drone ports actually, because I do. So when I started the game, Carnage, everything I built was pretty square and pretty terrible. I still feel that way. I still feel like everything's quite boxy and rectangularly. That's a word. Because I've been seeing people's videos where they do like curved roads and curved architecture in their buildings and stuff. So I think for the next build, I'm really going to try and do that. It's difficult, and it's also hard to motivate yourself to do it because it is all just for visuals, right? So the drone bays are actually upstairs, and I built this metal pillar connecting us through a seamless ladder. I noticed that the drone bay building, the drone port, has its own ladder and hole that just goes down for some reason. I don't really know why. Like the way it looks like it can kind of go, it's meant to go down a floor. I mean, you can obviously just build this out here, and then the ladder would start here, and it just has little borders each side. But it seemed to me that it was perfect to place it into the ground, and that way the, I guess, actual like docking bay is floor level for me. And then if we want to just go downstairs, we can just go like this, and then we have a continuous ladder that takes us down. So you guys can have that one for free. So yeah, pretty happy with how that looks. And we've got the same on the other side. There's 4 of them over there. So this place will have 8 drone ports. And I did test one just to see if it works. And it does. Like, they fly in. They kind of fly just on the edge of clipping the thing. They don't actually touch it, so that's good. So yeah, pretty nicely done, I think. So I look forward to actually making batteries so we can actually make drones. But we're not quite there yet. But we're future-proofing. And then we've got the actual train station. This one's a little bit better than the other transport hub because it's centered. The other one comes in from the side, and it's a bit awkward. Whereas this was purpose-built in mind to have its own unique train track. So that way we have a nice train track that comes in here, splits up, and it goes into the exports or the imports section of the tracks. And the only one that's active right now is just the turbo fuel one here at the front. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I've always got 6. So yeah, some railing and things needs to still be put in, but it's basically done. Alrighty, so that's what I was doing. One of the things I was doing in between episodes. Obviously, this is now hooked up as well to the actual rail network. So The positioning of this factory is a little weird. It's right next to my aluminum factory, so that meant that I thought, like, why not just add it on as an exit, like here? So it's just got a path signal that should help it determine when it can go out or not. If this place ends up getting really, really busy, I could split this rail track and send it back over that way to join the rails over there, but then you've got exits and entrances on that side, so I just wasn't too sure exactly where to put it, but I'm pretty happy with it for now. Obviously, we don't have any trains running on it right now, and they've all got path signals, so they should all just wait until they can get out to the main bus, but it might get a little bit busy over there, I think, in the future. Alrighty, so we have to think about what we're going to do. One of the things I wanted to do is actually go hard drive hunting. And I roughly know where one is. Do I have a heatsink on me? I do. I crafted a couple heat sinks because I think one of the hard drives that's somewhere out this way said that it requires them. So we'll go out there, I'll read some chat, and then we'll catch up on things at the same time. Alright, now your world looks sick, man. Everything looks good. No, everything doesn't. Trust me. Trust me. Trust me. It doesn't. It's getting there, though, but thank you. I know compared to, like, if you just completely don't, like, build any structure at all, and you just do belts everywhere, it might look decent, but I guess you're always looking at the guy who's better than you to compare yourself to, and I look at, like, other YouTubers who just do really, really, really impressive builds, and I'm just like, oh my god. Not only do I not have the creativity for it, but I don't have the time, like, the time it must take to do some of these things. Yeah, my hope is to have another episode this week, by the way. Starting off this supercomputer factory, and once the position is sourced, like when I know where we need to be and all the materials we've put in place, then the episode should come out a bit quicker, because it's like, okay, now it's just a matter of like building the thing over the next few episodes. But I'm still in the preparation phase, and I just felt like for a normal full episode, you've seen me put down miners quite a few times, but here's a good chance in stream form to interact with me and give me ideas and stuff like that as well. Morning from California. Hey, Joseph. Oh, you're from California. You know what's funny about your name? My best friend growing up was named Joseph White. But he spelled his last name W-H-Y-T-E. And for a while I was like, I don't know if that's Joe or not. My Joe. But he ain't in California, that's for sure. Alright. Oh yeah, I've got no music. Hang on one sec. And I forgot to tweet out that we're live. My bad. Alrighty. Do you browse the Satisfactory subreddit? Not really. I mean, kind of. I don't go on Reddit very often, but I am a member of it, of the Satisfactory subreddit. So I have seen it, and I do see it now and then. But I wouldn't say I look at it every day or anything, you know? Maybe once a week. Which is, yeah, so normally how I browse Reddit is I basically just filter by top posts of the week. And that's basically it. I don't really interact. I never comment or anything, so. Not me, but that is interesting, yeah. Joseph White and Andrew Moore, my two best friends. I grew up in a really, really rural village, and my school, I think I've told people this before, but my school, my primary school, had 7 people in my class, like my year, had 7 people in it. 4 girls and 3 boys. So my 2 friends were Andrew and Joseph. Anyways, let's see how close we are to this hard drive. There's 2 hard drives in this circle. Don't have a signal, so we'll just have to fly across real quick. See if we grab one somewhere. Hoping turbo fuel makes trucks faster. That'd be interesting as well, actually, yeah. Because they're going to give it different uses for people, so. Ooh, looks like there's one right over there. I don't know if I've got that one before. Oh, maybe I have. Yeah, I guess so. Damn, I can't remember. Well, obviously, I'd need to look at like Satisfactory Calculator to see roughly exactly where these things are. I thought it was somewhere in the middle of the jungle, but I guess not. It's a shame the radars can't give you a bit more of an accurate look at where they are. There's 2 in this radius, but obviously the radius is huge. You just could do better work with me. Watch out for the big spiders. Ah, I'll be fine. Actually, I don't think I've got any ammo. Oh no, I do. I do. Alright, I'll just give it one more minute. If I don't find it in a minute, I'll just abandon this. I'm so sure. Or I could just quickly look at it on Satisfactory. Oh, we've picked up a signal. It'd just be nice to get one of these going in the background while we do other things, because obviously they take 10 minutes each, so... Oh, yeah, and with the update you'll be able to get rid of the gas. That's a pretty big deal too, right? Speaking of, I don't think I've got any filters on me. Am I blind? Where the hell is it? I'm gonna have to back away for a second. Why can't I eat this? There we go. Yeah, I must be totally blind. I probably just went right past it. That's not it there. I can't interact with that. So maybe... Oh my god. I may actually die. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. You're fucking right about the spiders. I just saw its leg. Oh no. And they aggro for so far as well. Yeah, alright, forget it. Forget it. Not worth it. Not worth it. I'll look up where these are and then we can just go straight to it. I don't know how I just missed it though. I was clearly right next to it. Just couldn't find out where the actual cargo case thing was. And this one's already opened. Yeah, it should look like that, right? Oh. Yeah, that's already opened, that one. Oh well. Oh, okay. It's good to get the blood pumping a little bit though. We're safe here, right? This music means I can't be harmed. Nothing ever harms you in Minecraft, right? Only at night. Eat the mushrooms. Yeah, I know. I needed to. I didn't want to throw anything away. Actually, I've got space now. I don't know how I did. Anyway, whatever. All right. I'll tell you what. I'd really like to get these hard drives, so I'll just quickly go onto Satisfactory Calculator, see which ones I'm missing and what I need, and then we'll run over to them and get them. So just bear with me one moment. I'll just throw my save into it. I'll find it there. Oh, actually, I don't even need to throw my save into it, actually thinking about it. Oh, I guess it's probably best I do. Otherwise, it can be hard to know which ones to go for, which ones you've got already. So just bear with me. Just finding my save. Factory game. Alright, my save is going into Satisfactory Calculator. Let me see what I can catch up with. Good evening, Darren. I found your channel last week and I've been enjoying your Update 7 Let's Play. Thank you, Anthony. And then a different Anthony said, still haven't broken into oil refining even, but I did just finish a full factory to make 60 reinforced iron plates per minute. That's pretty good. Have you put a ticket in the Awesome Sync yet? No, but I know what happens. You get that little car thing. People seem to really love telling me that, and I just don't care. I mean that in all the nicest way possible, but Easter eggs for me in games are nothing. I'd like it more if the car was actually like something I would use, but I wouldn't use it. So, but it's a meme for sure. Alrighty, so I can see where different hard drives are. So 2 heat sinks are needed above the quartz refinery. So apparently right above here. Somewhere about there. I think there's one. I'll just put down a little marker temporarily. And we'll make our way out there. And maybe I should bring some, or just collect some berries or something in case I die. Oh, does it need power actually? Because we'll have to drag power with us then if that's the case. It does. Okay. Alright. Let's go to the quartz refinery and we'll basically just need to run down there. There's a kind of a cave passage that'll take me there. The Cybercar looks like a Tesla car. Well, yeah, it's a Cybertruck, right? It's the Cybertruck from Tesla. I think that car looks ugly, man. I don't know what people see in that car. I like Tesla, generally, but that car to me just does not look good at all. Like, I would not want one. I'm totally good. Make some filters. Yeah. think I have some somewhere. You can make them out of these things, can't you? Yeah, I don't have what I need to make that right now. We'll just have to go without them. It'll be okay. Need to get in and get out. How hard can it be? Can I make an explorer car? That'd be nice. Have to wait for the autosave. 2 bars HP, no worries. The passive retaliate modes for animals have made the game so much more enjoyable for me. Oh, I like it. You get those fun moments like that. But each to their own. I can totally see why in a factory building game you wouldn't want to run for dear life. Good afternoon, Hoffman. Whoops. Put the tickets in the awesome sink now. Never. I'm never going to do it. Just out of spite. Am I going to rebuild my older factories? No. Some of the ones that I did build originally have been torn down. So my old computer factory, I'm building a new one in a different location. And I've stripped the old one of everything that was in it. So that's an example of where I'm kind of doing that. But I'm generally not going to go back and update old factories. Oh my god, I didn't mean to do that. Just because there's so much to do ahead of me rather than go back, you know. By the way, if I missed your chat, you can just chat again. I should catch it now. My screen had to refresh. Okay, so we're hard drive hunting just here for a minute. There's supposed to be one right over here, but I'm assuming it's high up. Now, what's the easiest way to get up there? Looks like there is an easy way up there. And then we'll get to building. Got a bunch of Caterium that I need to get and feed it into my new transport hub. Alright. Alright, I'm so, like, this is such, I should have just, like, had this prepared at the beginning. But oh well, who doesn't love a little bit of parkour? We should expect a Let's Play from Riftbreaker, or 3 to 4 trial episodes. I don't know, it depends really on entirely on how the first one does. I'd love to do that as a Let's Play, because it's actually quite easy to record. There's no planning involved. I'll just play it, you know? Unlike Satisfactory, where I play it for like 20 hours before I can start to record 1 hour. So it'd be great to do. I think the Riftbreaker is genuinely really, really great. I reviewed it on my old review channel over a year ago. And the first thing I said, I watched it just recently, I said this game is phenomenal. And just recently, they reached out to sponsor me. So that video that's gone live on the channel today is a sponsored video. They just sponsored one video, not a series. But I said I'd more than happy like to do a series if the video does well and if people like it. Now, if you don't know what the Riftbreaker is, and you're just kind of curious generally, it's kind of like if you took a simplistic factory building game, but added way more depth to the action side of things. So think of like Factorio, where you're base defense, but strip out a lot of the factory building. It still has factory building, but not that in depth. But it's got way more weapons and variety and like biomes and stuff to visit. So it's like an action factory kind of building game, and it's really good. It also has like amazing, and when you play it, it definitely looks better. But amazing graphics. It's got like ray tracing and stuff as well, and it has a little story campaign too. Alright, we're finally up high. So I just need to get over towards this hard drive. Yeah, I recommend just, if you have a, I don't know, 5 minutes, just even check out the first 5 minutes of that video. I don't get paid or anything extra based on you looking at it. I just genuinely think a lot of people who like this type of game would like that game. So go check it out if you haven't seen it. It's also, I think, on Game Pass. Alright, we're getting close. So there it is. This is where that big spider was, right? My frame rate's gone really bad here. Are there any specific features you'd personally like to see Coffee Stain Studios add to the game? Oh my god, that thing was massive. Oh my days. That might be too big for me to handle. Yeah, I've talked about this before. I mean, I don't know. If I really sat down and tried to make like a list for a video or something, I'm sure I could come up with loads of things. But just off the top of my head, something I think it would be cool if they do eventually would just be to do underwater building. So like building out a submarine base, you have to like pump the water out of it. You maybe have to make oxygen canisters or something to be down there. That kind of thing. I think that'd be quite cool. And it would give you a reason to go build in the water and underneath it. Right, so I need to drag power from that radar tower all the way over to here, or that one over there. I don't know where that spider's gone. So let me get moving, at least to bring the power over this way. Oh, there he is. Oh my god. Oh my god, there's two. Jesus. Didn't know they could actually hit you in the air. Alright, we got one. 5 stinger remains. What is up with my frame rate? It might be that Satisfactory website, actually. Alright, we got him, Whew. Right, whatever. Just get rid of the computers. Let me pick up those remains. You know, there is 10. It's kind of worth it. Oh, man. I don't have any bomb. Well, I'll use those bombs. So, it's a strange thing, but I don't want to blow up all the trees and stuff, so I didn't want to use bombs on it. So yeah, just like shooting them. Homing missiles would be good, or like the improved ammo and stuff. I definitely need to... I plan on making like a weapons factory at some point in the future, so I'll definitely do that. Basically, I'm just here to get one damn hard drive, but it's proving to be really annoying. Because I didn't really come prepared for gas and spiders and all this random stuff. But there should be power just over here. My radar tower is over here, so we can drag the power lines out. And then I can get this one hard drive. And now I'm just doing one. After I get one hard drive, then I'll just, we'll just actually get to building and stuff. Alright, so. Here we are then. Just getting power from there. So I need to go that way. I'm just gonna walk. I'm confused. Are you playing... I know, right? Are you playing Starship Troopers? I'd like to see another map, but I know it's a huge undertaking. I'd love to see them add in a system like Dyson Sphere Program, something to sink all those endgame resources into. Yeah, I guess I don't know what mechanic that is. I've played Dyson Sphere Program, but I never made it that far. To me, see, I'm all about variety. I mean, a new map would be nice, but I don't really see the necessity necessarily for a new map. I think you could still do a lot more on this map, and you could just expand this map. And just add different biomes. So, you know, would it be cool to have a different map? I guess. I don't know. It would be, for me anyway, a little bit lower on the priority list. I'd much rather they do something like handling different terrain. Like, you could add a volcanic biome, and it's like, oh, you need special equipment to be, like, in here. You need, like, I don't know. Just something, and then you get, like, a different resource for setting up operations there. That's one thing I actually like in the Riftbreaker, talking about that game, is when you go to, like, the desert, there's, what's it called, like, quicksand everywhere. And you can't just place regular foundations on it. You need to build, like, different things that are... You have to... Basically, you've got a tech tree, right? And you have to, like, research... Sorry, I was just looking for where the thing is. You have to research plating that can, like, sustain being placed on sand. And then it's the same for, like, volcanic plating. And the same for, you know, whatever. And I just like all that. It's like, oh, I can't just immediately exploit everywhere I go. I have to, like, work up to that. And there's something about going underwater, I think, which would be quite fun that way. It's like, oh, I have to set up a production line to even go underwater. Because I need to get oxygen canisters or something like that. To me, I think that'd be cool, but, you know. People might hate that. I have no idea, really, what general audiences for this game would like. Alright, so we'll just zip line in there. Don't have any room for that. Alright, we're good. Totally didn't nearly die. Alright, get me out of this area. Also, my chat isn't on my other screen. I should be on it now. Let me close that Satisfactory website. Alright, so you're closed, you're closed. I'm getting some frame rate issues, so close all that down. Close this, close this. Close my Discord, don't need that on. Alright, cool. The stream starts now. Hey, Jerry. Show us the knife. Show us the knife / do you want to know more? I don't know what that means, princess. Show us the knife. Darner chat, is this a new map? Have I missed episode streams or is this the first time on it? No, there is no new map. I'm in the middle of the map right now. The quartz refinery is below this area, if that makes sense. We've been up here before. This is called, I think it's called the Red Forest or the Pink Jungle or one of the other two. Bamboo Forest, I think. Can never remember. But I've set up bauxite extraction up here in 2 different places. I actually need to set up more and I plan on doing that on this stream. But what I wanted to do really quickly was just grab, I thought it would be quick, but it actually took a while. Was grab one of those hard drives. We'll place it in here. Count up for 10 minutes and now we can get to work. So, what should we do first? So I built a new transport hub out here. I showed that at the very beginning of the stream. I kind of want to update the aluminum refinery. We also need to go grab more caterium. So caterium is... Oh yeah, did I even show any of this? Oh guys, I don't think you've seen loads of stuff. If you're paying attention to the series, that is. I built a bunch of things down here. Yeah, so caterium is claimed there and it's claimed here. There's another one, a rogue one, that just sits here, which I might build on now, and we'll drive that stuff down to this transport hub down here. It's kind of in between 2 transport hubs, right? So basically, the caterium that's where my mouse is now is sort of in between this one and in between this one. Although I think actually it might be easier just to drive up to this road. Yeah, so let's do that. All right, I know the task. In fact, let's just go like this. Get caterium. Alright, so that's what we're going to do. Build a caterium miner down there and deliver it to the transport hub. So hang on just one sec. I guess when my retaliation or my reluctance to have a different map is purely the fact of, well, why do you need it to be on a different map? And how do you get stuff from one map to the other? Do you get stuff from one map to the other, or is it just a whole different map? It would be nice if people could just make their own maps. I mean, that'd be pretty cool. And place nodes and things like that. Because it's in a real engine game. I feel like the map tools probably exist out there to make one. So that'd be kind of cool if you could do that. But see, as a non-designer, I guess, as a wannabe designer, I would ask the question, what does a new map really bring to players? Therefore, like, what are you trying to achieve? What are you trying to get with a different map? And can you do that in some other way? So is it you just want more variety, or just the same stuff in different places? Because to me, I wouldn't necessarily want the same stuff in different places. I would want different biomes, you know, different variety. And I think more biomes would make more sense on the same map. So that's my logic anyway on that. If that makes any sense. All right, just running out to... I think I've got everything I need. Actually, yeah, we should do that. Go into blueprints, just check if I've got what I need for this. So I'll need a truck station, and in cosmetics, I'll need a miner enclosure. So I'm missing silica and concrete. Okay, I know where I've left that. So we'll just go grab that, and then we'll come back. Oh, that's so cool. You can see my fused frame factory just peeking out over the fog. The bug-related Starship Tree. Sorry, my bad. Got it. Hope you're well. Hey, thanks, Stone Cold. I am. You should make some more inhalers. Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah, I almost never, ever go out collecting anything. Because if you hover over all these, either there are no hard drives left. So these are the radar towers. Either there are no hard drives left, or the ones that are left are for like things that I don't have yet, like turbo motors and stuff. So I've neglected going out for a while. But this one just required a heatsink, which I just unlocked. So I just made 2 of them by hand and just went out and got this hard drive. So this... Obviously, there's probably hard drives out on the east of the map that I haven't gone to yet, but because I don't really explore much, I'm very low on ammo, and I've got almost nothing in terms of, like, consumables anymore, so my plan was that when I make the battery factory to make drones properly, I'll also use the sulfur to make an ammunition factory, and then we can kind of experiment with some of the other bombs and stuff that we've got. Oh, can't jump off that. I have been working behind your backs. Yeah, because you don't want to see me doing something. Like, I put a couple hours building this. There's no point showing that in a video because I just did a video on building the exact same thing, but in a different place. And that's why I did a video on it. I said, hey, I'm probably going to build like 3 or 4 of these around the map because they're transport hubs. But I'll show one being built so that I can just do the others myself. Anyway, I'm here just to grab some silica and something else. So let's just put one of these down. And just get rid of some stuff I don't need. Keep that, actually. So what I need, silica and concrete. Concrete in here. Alright, that should be everything I need. Get moving. We'll just walk it actually. Hi from Greece. Hello back from England. What did I miss? So just to recap what we just looked at, I just showed everyone at the very beginning of the stream this new transport hub. It's basically, if you've been following the series from episode 57, which is the most recent episode, you would have seen me building a transport hub. This is the final look of it. I guess you wouldn't have seen the very final look of it because I never showed you putting the roof on and stuff. So that'll all come in the next episode, I guess, to see it properly. But this is me building it in the north of the map. So I'm all the way up here. This is the new transport hub, Rocky Desert. And the older one is still down there here. And it's just called Transport Hub Grassy Fields. So that's basically what I kind of showed off. Then I went into the middle of the map, almost died, to get a hard drive, and that is working away in the background right now. And now I'm going to go grab some extra Caterium. So the plan is to build next a big supercomputer factory. And I think I'm going to be aiming for 40 supercomputers per minute, and then 40 computers per minute as a like an extra to save up. And then hopefully some other, maybe some circuit boards and some high-speed connectors as well. So it's a lot. It takes a lot of material. I think I need something like 3,000 Caterium. And because of that, I've been going around the map collecting it and adding it to like my rail network. And it just takes time. So I've got a bunch of Caterium on the rail network now, but there's still, I think I need at least 1, maybe 2 more deposits. And then once we got that, that should be everything I need to actually get building the supercomputer factory. And that'll be where the next episode will pick up from. 40? Yeah, I don't know how many I need. Remember, I just wing it, so I'm guessing 40 is a pretty good number. I was going to do 20. It seemed like 20 was quite reasonable. And these aren't final numbers. I don't know yet until I actually fully work it out. I have an Excel sheet with the 40 in it, and it seems doable, but maybe I'll need slightly less or something. I don't know. I just made 4 per minute, and it took forever. Yeah, I can show you the math on it in just one sec. Actually, when the autosave comes up here, I might just show you now. Let me grab my Excel sheet. So this is the... get ready to be blinded by white light. So these are... every, you know, kind of square rectangle thing here is a group of machines, right? So these are refineries. You'll need 110 refineries, and this is what you'd need. So to get 40 supercomputers, I'll need 2,263 Caterium ore. At least from my workings here. If I needed... I was actually thinking of going up to 80. But that would require a lot of Caterium, and I feel like maybe I need that for something else. I don't know how much Caterium's on the map. This would obviously require 4,500 Caterium. So I'll just put it back down to 40. That's where we're at. But I need to have a... So basically, what's interesting here is this will make 40 per minute as at the end, right? The manufacturers, 21 manufacturers, making 40 supercomputers per minute, requiring 80 computers, 80 AI limiters, high-speed connectors, and plastic. Now, if I just turned just this number down to 30, but left everything else in place, I'm suddenly getting, you know, an extra 15 computers per minute, extra AI limiters, high-speed connectors, etc. So I might aim for 40, but leave these at actually making 20, and that way I'll have a lot of extra byproducts that I can use, specifically the high-speed connector, AI limiter, and computers. So I'm thinking about that. I haven't decided yet. Depends what I'll need computers for in the future and stuff, you know? That's where we're at. Got to do a minimum of 60. You get a nice full line. Yeah, maybe. Don't tempt me. just to have one nice belt. So where are we now? The Caterium is just a little further down the line. I'm going to try and make this factory look good as well once we get started. I've been looking at Fluxo, the YouTuber, some of his build tips, Create in some of his build tips. I don't like using curves too much because you do see the clipping. From a distance you don't, and that can look cool, but up close you do, and I don't like that. So I'm trying to find a nice way to make an angular building without much clipping. Alright, so this is basically where I want to start chopping away. It's a pure Caterium node. Alright, we've already got power here and everything. So our MAM is just finished. Let's go check it out. Alright, fine black powder, silicon high-speed connector, and fused wire. I would go with this one. I don't know if I'll ever use it. I'm not going to use that. So I just have one recipe for this at the moment. So I guess instead of cables, it uses silica. I don't know, man. I don't know if I'd use that. Is my world available for download? No. Not at the moment. They can help you calculate all the machines and also have the max on the map? What can? Sorry if I missed what you said before. They can? Hey, Bits. This was an excellent recommendation to my feed. How are things? Yeah, things are good. Good to see you here. This is like one of my in-between... So I've got a series going at the moment playing Satisfactory. I'm kind of a... compared to the likes of yourself, more of a noob. And I'm just doing some of the in-between things at the moment for another proper episode. So I try to have each of my episodes show, like, doing new stuff. Can't decide. I'll just go with this one, whatever. I don't think I'll use either of these. But I'm going to require such a volume of materials for the supercomputers that I thought we should do every Monday. I'm streaming at the moment and just doing some of the more in-between stuff. Let's see if I can get... yeah, so we ultimately want a miner enclosure up there. It's such an awkward area. I mean, ultimately, this is going to have to go. I might leave that tree there. I think that one can stay there. Naughty boy. Alright, lock it to the old world grid. Try to find an area where this actually comes out. No, it needs to go higher than that. Okay. Yeah, this will work. Sweet. So this actually needs either a truck station or a truck station down below it. I feel you. Things got to be done behind the scenes that a lot of people don't see. Yeah, indeed. Yeah, it's just so much. So much. Because, yeah, sometimes people ask me, they're like, oh, can you just... I really wish you'd just show doing everything. I'm like, I've got like nearly 400 hours on the save, and I'm always doing something. But I got 50 videos in the Let's Play series, and that's like an hour long. And there's obviously cuts and stuff in it. Each one's an hour long. So there would have been 250 or 300 more episodes of just so much trial and error that I really am choosing to try and save people time, right? But yeah, some people, I guess it's a nice thing if people want more all the time. Can't complain about that. Right, so I've got another blueprint that is like a truck station that'll probably have to be down here somewhere. And then I'll just feed the belt down, I guess. Yeah. Do I have biofuel with me? I do. Darn, sign work is on point. Much inspiration from you. Thank you. I actually feel like my signs aren't that good, actually. Some people on, again, when you look at Satisfactory Reddit or something, they make real cool use of signs. There was actually a great post recently on the Satisfactory Reddit. Someone made like immersive signs, I guess, you know, like signs that I guess pretend like the world is real, like the lore is real and what's really going on. And it's something to do with like the different pioneers that have already existed and died here, and it like numbers and names them. And it's like, you're employee number 106,347. It's like, you know, all this stuff about when your overtime is and things like that. It's just funny to see the signs like that as you're walking around different factories. Oh, nice, Nano. Glad you're enjoying it. You ready for update 8? Am I ready for it, or do I have it already? Yeah, I'm very excited for it. I think it looks great. I remember at first I wasn't like that. I like the idea of having a new engine and stuff, so I was like, oh, this is gonna be cool, but I wasn't expecting too much. And then they just keep adding like smaller and like loads more smaller things that are really starting to pile up and seem to make like quite a big difference. The blueprint changes are going to be huge, in my opinion anyway, for not having to have the fear of putting a blueprint down wrong. And then even if you do, you can now edit it or just nudge it, change it a little bit. That stuff is huge to me. The jetpack stuff is cool. The power lines is going to be awesome. The smooth ziplining. I'm a big ziplining fan even before they boosted the speed. I don't like hypertubes. I don't like suddenly going into third person, basically. So yeah, I'm stoked. I'm looking forward to it. Thanks, I'm Paul. Use a big concrete pillar. Well, I need to put this other thing down first, and then I'll decide where how we can dress this to make it look like it makes some sense. But it's just, unfortunately, even this is on a hill, right? So it's going to be a little awkward. Suppose we could start maybe even there. Just see what this looks like. So basically, I'm going to have to make a new road, or at least, yeah, just... You know what? There's no need to align this to the world grid, is there? I guess there... Damn it, I can't make a choice. So basically, the road, the trucks are going to drive along the beach, yeah, and head up that way. So I'm thinking, oh, do we want to just turn these like this? I mean, why not, I suppose? That way the ramp will go down evenly, so maybe I'll do that. Let's start something like... So that's the world grid there. Okay. Damn it, what do I need? Truck station, this one. Alright, that should do it. And that's the road. Yep. Alright, that makes sense. So then basically, what comes out of here just needs to go down and join into here somewhere. Try to hide that away. Yeah, no need to... Well, you don't need to align to the world grid, but I was thinking maybe I should because this is, and then this has to come down here somewhere. But we can actually hide this all the way. It doesn't have to come out this whole... This can be moved forward. This was more just to kind of roughly get it all in place really quickly. Gotta go, be back. See you later, Emil. Hey, Spirit Code. Sorry if I missed anything else, by the way. Yeah, the community of Satisfactory is really, really friendly and really nice. Nudge, nudge, nudge. That'll make everything so much easier. Can't wait to start playing around with more modular builds to start moving things faster. Yeah, I feel like if you start a new campaign now, you can get through the game so much quicker now with all the features that are in it. Alrighty, so we have our truck station in place. We have a sort of a road here, which will just ramp down onto the ground, I guess, at some point or somewhere. And you don't want it to be too steep, so it's going to have to be a fairly big ramp. Go asphalt, asphalt. Double ramp 4 is usually pretty nice. No, maybe it will need to be steeper because it's just the natural incline of this. We'll take it way too far. Okay, we'll go with a double 8 then. Let's do a 4 and then an 8. One thing I do wish they do, and really a mod just solves this if you wanted to, but I just think the hover pack sucks. Just think it's so short range that it drives me mental. And the fact that you have to open your inventory to swap between the jetpack and the hoverpack, that kind of sucks too. That should be fixed. Alright, cool. That'll do for now. I feel like it might just be better to turn and go like this, you know, rather than go straight down like that. I know it's a little strange. But I just want to get the ball rolling. I can do different things in between episodes just to clean little bits up. I hate not aligning my builds to the world grid. Yeah, it gives me anxiety doing that. Like, or a term is like agita. Like, kind of makes me uncomfortable. Just being like, this is probably going to be a problem in the future if you don't align this now. All right, so I need to craft the... Well, first off, let me just get rid of this wall. And some of the stuff that came pre-baked in here. Because it's going to change anyway. All right. So, I like the look of this. We could have a nice floor hole or something that comes down to connect into the back of this thing. We could change the material and put windows in a moment. Just blocking this area out, I guess. How do you do the math for your factories and planning? That's what always puts me off the game for a while. The price of the game will be going up within the next few months. Oh, really? You think so? Oh, does it? Because it says that on the early access thing. To answer the first question, here's an Excel guide. So people use satisfactorycalculator.com. I just prefer making my own kind of thing. So back in the day, before things got too complicated in this Let's Play, or in this series, or whatever, this game, from tiers 1 to 6, I guess, I would just write it all down on like a little notepad. Very small notes. Just take note of like, oh, you need, I don't know, something mid-game, right? Like circuit boards. Oh, I need circuit boards. So I just quickly look at circuit boards. And then you just work out, oh, I need 15 of these, 30 of these, 7.5 of these. And then you just times it by however many you want to make. And then you can work out then how much ore do I need, right? And just work your way back. But to sort of automate that, instead of having to write out the the math every single time, I just have an Excel sheet here that just kind of does it for me. So basically each little block is a group of machines. These are refineries. This is the amount of refineries I need. I'll just zoom in so you can just see even just one area real quick. So for this particular thing, what I'm aiming for is 40 supercomputers. And to get 40 supercomputers using the recipes I'm using, it'll take 2,200 Deuterium ore. Obviously, you could just round these numbers up if you wanted to. So I'll need 94 refineries doing Deuterium plus water to get Deuterium ingots. That'll then go over to here. And if I just change like one of these numbers, I think I have it set down here actually. So if I wanted to make, I don't know, 80, you know, obviously things will just kind of double. If I want to make a really obscure number like, I don't know, 23, you start getting lots of decimal points all over the place. Strangely, actually not here. I would have thought I would, but no. So yeah, 40 is the target I'm going for. Why 40? I don't know. Just why not? Don't know what I'm going to need them for. I never look ahead in this game. I just kind of play it. And there's no way to know how much of anything you'll need until you get there. So I just kind of pick a number that feels good and then double it. Because if it feels easy to do, then it's probably not enough. If it feels like, oh, that's going to take a while and that's going to be a challenge, then you're probably in the sweet spot for what you'll actually need. And then, yeah, so I've just basically put in numbers then. So 94 refineries. So in here, for instance, refineries, I round up the numbers and I just add up the... Is that correct? Oh, sorry, that's just the total refineries. Total power is what I meant to look. I have hard-coded in the numbers for how much megawatts of power each machine costs. And then it just times it by the amount, obviously, of machines that I'm using. That's how it gives me, like, the total number of power. So yeah, that's kind of how I do it. So basically, I make a little block like this, and then that looks into, like, I actually work backwards from the top numbers. So I go supercomputers, what's that going to take? It's going to take computers, AI limiters, this, and this. So if I just wanted 1 per minute, it'd be very, you know, very easy to do, and you could just work all the recipes back. It doesn't take very long. Whenever I'm building new recipes now, I just copy and paste a block like this, and fill it with the values of what I need. And then I can just trace everything back. So easy enough if you know a little bit of Excel. Excel's quite easy to use. and so that's how I do it. Yeah, so there's Satisfactory calculator, Satisfactory tools. If you don't know Excel, or you just rather do it on a website, the calculator is I haven't seen tools, but calculator is a good website because it shows you all the kind of graphs of everything. It shows you all the recipes, and it has filters for the different types of machines and levels you're at. You can put your save into the game, so I'd recommend using that. It's probably the most user-friendly way to do it. It's a release they haven't touched the price, where each year inflation happened and economy changes in each country. Well, you don't know. If some companies release the game, they never change the price. But yeah, I mean, it seems reasonable to assume that most games when they come out of early access usually do. But yeah, I don't know. Depends if they've said it or not. I wouldn't necessarily tell people that it's definitely going to go up if you don't 100% know. But if they've said it, oh well, if it got announced, oh sorry, you said got announced on the dev stream the other day. Oh, there you go. Yeah, it usually says in the early access panel, Steam asks 5 questions that have to be answered, and one of them is, will the price change when the game comes out? And almost all developers say it will. So inflation or not, I think when your game's complete, they tend to want to charge more for it anyway. Alrighty. Sorry for taking so long with this. Right, so that's in place now. We keep that pillar there? Yeah, we'll keep the pillars there, why not? Let's just hook these 2 things up. So, that's a... okay. Looks a little weird in here. Oh, wrong one. Okay, so that'll be the Caterium ore flowing in. I'll need to dress this up a little bit nicer in the future just to give us a nice way in and out. Just go concrete for now and then I'll figure it out later. How are you doing? I'm doing very good. Hey, Alphabet. 16,000 megawatts of power is crazy for one factory. Is it? I don't know. I mean, I see people on Reddit talking about like thousands of, well, not gigawatts, I guess. Yeah, gigawatts. Because nuclear power, doesn't that just make insane amounts of power anyway? I've got, on my power network, I think about that much left. So I'm consuming about 20,000, and my capacity is about 30. And my max consumption is actually over my capacity, which is interesting. But it's not all going to power on. So I'll need to expand power if I want to build that factory, or at least ramp it up to full strength. So after the supercomputer factory, I wanted to do a battery factory and then do nuclear power. At least that was my plan. So it looks like I might need a little bit more power before I can do that. Not much though. Or I could just like throttle it and turn some of the factories down a bit. Don't mind doing that. With the update 8, actually, we could easily do that. Thanks to those power changes. Alright, so I need to make these actual miners. What's it called? Portable miner, right? Oh, I have to do it in an equipment workshop. God, I always forget that. Nuclear power plant I'm working on consumes around 20,000 megawatts. It what? It consumes power? Oh, I guess like to get it up and running, right? But then it produces obviously way more than that by the end. That's good enough. Alright, so we just need to power that. This is probably the worst looking one I've ever built, but in fairness, it is in a really weird spot, so... Oh, I feel like there wasn't much option to make it look that good. And then we can kind of do a little mini factory tour if you want. We can go around and have a look at some of the places I haven't shown since I last played. Yeah, I don't know how I'll clean this up or make it look a bit nicer. I mean, you could just have a second floor hole, actually, between the two. I'll leave that. I'll handle that on my own. Show it when it gets done. Then we don't have a way in or out of this place. Yeah, I'll have to spend a bit of time with this. See, normally placing these little mining things down through blueprints is totally fine, as long as we're on like relatively even and flat ground. You'll see how I've done it in these other places, and it can look quite good. But here, a little bit of a mess, building it kind of offset, and then I feel like the rooftop looks weird and everything, so we'll get back to that. But the important thing was really just to hook it up and get it onto the network, as it were. So we'll have to drive to our transport hub at least once. Just to say that we've actually done it, we've delivered the ore, and that's kind of put to bed, and then I can just dress it a bit nicer in my own time, because it's a lot of trial and error, and I don't like, you know, putting things down and then deleting it over and over again, especially while on stream. Don't want to waste anyone's time. Let's just do here, power double outlet, somewhere there, whatever. Get the ball rolling on that. And then we need, you know, a nice way to come up here, walk into it and everything. I like everything I build to be something that you can get to naturally without having to jump, jetpack, or fly, or clip, or whatever. To be able to walk up here with a nice walkway. I'll have to get rid of that tree. I think it's way too big. Yeah, let me just be super lazy, cut that, and just join it to there. Alright, cool. It's getting its stuff. That's going to be doing 600 per minute. There's just one miner inside of it, and there will be one truck right now. Oh, you're killing me. Well, luckily over here, my rubber factory is right here, so we'll just get some rubber and build a truck. Anyway, can read my chat a little bit better now. Anyone know how much Tesla EV require power, just for comparison? Actually, I have no idea, but yeah, that's kind of interesting to know. Are you paying yourself time and a half for streaming today? No, but you can. Shout out to Super Chats. Is this the Cult of the Lamb soundtrack? No, it's the Minecraft soundtrack. I need to upgrade my fuel power plant to turbo fuel. Yeah, mine does a hybrid of both, actually. A nuclear power plant I'm working on consumes 20. I read that already. Always need more power in this game. I actually haven't needed power in a very long time, but I'm going to, for sure. I haven't needed it in about... since tier 5, maybe? Tier 6? I'm at tier 8 now. Yeah, this is my power plant. So, this power plant, I really like this building, but it kind of grew modularly over time. It wasn't like designed or planned to be like this. It just ended up becoming this way. I don't know if Bits is still here, but this would be my more impressive thing to show, even though it's not that impressive compared to what he does. But I feel like he probably just watched me struggle building a miner and thought, how does anyone watch this guy at all? What was I here for? Rubber, of course. Let's go grab that. Well, rubber's upstairs, actually. So yeah, this is my turbo fuel section. Well, basically to give you a mini tour. This happens with this, doesn't it? They reappear. Oh well. Yeah, just really quickly to go over this place super quick as a mini reminder of how it all worked. So the very first area I ever built was this first area here, this kind of first half of this room. What did I miss? Basically just built a miner over by some Caterium here, and I need to now get some rubber to build a truck. Stop, your streams are great. Thanks. So now I'm just doing a mini tour of the oil processing plant while I go grab that rubber. But basically, started out in this area here. I just built, you know, actually we started over on this side. So the first crude oil comes in from this deposit right here. So that crude oil flows underneath, and it came up here to this valve. I just thought it'd be cool to have like valves and see stuff, and it goes into these buffers, and then that loops around into these machines here. So each of them are doing fuel. Pretty standard, there's 5 of them in total. They're doing their thing. Crude oil fuel is coming out at 200, and we get resin as a byproduct at 150. Everything's per minute. So same grouping here. No big deal. Then on the other side, the resin and water combine to make plastic. So this is at underclocked to 50%. These are at 100%. So we got our first little bit of plastic going. And then when I ended up getting a bit more stuff later, I built more fuel using heavy oil. So it's regular fuel at 133, but it's using heavy oil. So that came from my first initial expansion. That was the first time I ever built any fuel. The first expansion was here, so this is pulled in from a different oil deposit further out that way. And I made this much plastic, so 400. I think is it 20 machines in total, or is it just 10? I can't remember. So 400 plastic, 200 heavy oil. It basically just feeds into each one of these as you'd expect, and then the heavy oil residue and the plastic that comes out goes that way. Heavy oil goes into this buffer, and that's refined back into fuel. So that's how that worked. Then the place had a massive expansion after that, so that's all the plastic again. The massive expansion was then a huge boost to fuel. So I went down to Blue Crater, which is all the way down here, and you can see the train that's just pulling in there now. I decided to make a train that had 13 carriages, picked up all the oil that's down here, so there's all these oil nodes. Picked it all up on one train, because why not? Bring it all the way up to my oil processing plant here. It gets deposited. It kind of flows down this way onto several different pipes, because obviously pipes can only take 600, so it had to have at least 4 pipes. And that then flows into 10 machines each. So pipe A doing 400, another 400, etc., etc. Anyway, all of this fuel that gets produced here in these 40 refineries then goes into all of these power generators, and they're all overclocked. And I don't know how much it generates, but obviously, I don't know. You do the math. There's 50 of these, and they're all overclocked, so you can work it out. That's basically how that works. Just very quickly then as well. Hey Tom, appreciate that as well. Little super chat for streaming on a sunny bank holiday. Oh yeah. Oh, that's why it's time and a half. Yeah, sorry, I forgot. See, I'm a YouTuber, man. Bank holidays don't exist for me. But thank you. Appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Yeah, I didn't even clock why you were saying time and a half. I thought you meant just because I was streaming in general, not like as opposed to making videos. Anyway, this is where the 13 carriages come in. And then everything gets dropped below. The very last thing I'll show just in here very quickly, otherwise we could spend a long time looking at another area, is the turbo fuel section, right? So that first batch of fuel that you saw that I made, the first batch of fuel goes back where that first deposit was. So the first deposit was here, and it went out over there, and it gets made into fuel, and all the fuel that gets made comes back in underneath the floors and goes into all of these refineries. These refineries are combined with a lift that's making is delivering compact coal. So these are all my turbo fuel refineries. The goal eventually for me will probably be to use turbo fuel primarily for trucks instead of for actual power generation, which is what they do now. They supply their own rooms. Each one of these has its own room of power generation. There's another one in here. Same thing. That's all the turbo fuel. Turbo fuel's great. I just need more compact coal and I just haven't gotten it yet. Anyway, this is where I came, or wanted to come to get stuff, which is to get rubber. We'll just go back upstairs to the sorting room. We could pick up some rubber there. This is very impressive. Well, this place is really chaotic and messy. That's why I'm running around like crazy, because it was all built... None of it was planned out. Everything was just built to order, you know, out of necessity. It's like, oh, you need more XYZ? Okay, then. Interesting to see I'm using all of the packaged turbo fuel. Where's my rubber? Oh, it's down here. Alright, let's get rid of that. There we go. Alright, we can make the truck now. We can plan out this first route, and we should be good to go then. But what I'll show is, could be kind of interesting for people where the series started, and what my first builds look like, and now what they look like at the end. Because I feel like I like looking back and seeing the progression of how I've learned and gotten way better with the game. This is one of my middle buildings. It's like, oh, it's kind of good, but it's just stuff that's ended up stacking on top of each other over and over again. Hey, Perky Town, thank you very much for becoming a senator. Alright, so what we've just done is place this down. This really awkward looking road, which I might change in a little bit, but just for now, we'll just get this truck going and driving out to our new transport hub. So that's full of Caterium ore, ready to go. Trying to think, I don't even know where I'm going to be dropping this. But let's just wing it. Alright. Thinking about it, if we're driving up from the... Yeah. I'll start over here. Alright, we'll just put biofuel in for now. It's going to get turbo fuel once it arrives at its destination anyway. And I just need to set this to vehicle needs to pick it up if it hasn't already. Vehicle is set to load. Alright, let's do this thing. Alright, start recording. Let's begin. The unplanned modular construction of this build is one of the things that makes it one of the best. Yeah, I appreciate that. But yeah, no, I kind of agree. I love all the different sections jutting out of each other. It works really well, or it ended up working really well, especially around the back side of it. Looks awesome where it goes out into the water. So all the water extractors are, and some of the refineries' chimney stacks kind of move out that way. So I do like that as well. All right, we are loaded up. Let's roll out. So I haven't driven this route before, so... At least not like as a planned route, transport route to our new transport hub, but it should be okay. Can we go this way? I think we can. Well, it was probably a bad idea too. But yep. Good job, Darren. Alright, it's only on streams these things happen. Isn't that funny? Destroyed all these things before, but they just keep coming back. I miss my homing ammo. Alright. Get this stuff out of the way, and then I'll just bomb some of these rocks out of the way so that the truck can drive through here in a nicer fashion. Hopefully that doesn't destroy the truck or anything. And then we'll just redo the route. That should be fine. Alright. So, I'm actually going to drive to the transport hub first. Let's just stop recording. Forget that path. Because I need to see where we're going to be driving in anyway. I'm not too sure. So we'll drive back. Roll out Autobots. It just occurred to me, why the idea that the ancient ancestors needed slaves is a logical error, that they could travel through space, but did not have electricity, and I don't know what you're talking about. I'm lost again. Pave it? Nah, I'm not going to pave it. Maybe later, but not now. Eventually I would like a highway going from one location to the other, but I don't know where that's going to be, and I'm really particular with vegetation and stuff, so I just don't want to... won't be doing that just yet. I'm just going to really quickly drive out to this transport hub, see roughly where we're going to have to go, and then I can actually drive the route properly. I probably will need a road that goes over these dunes, thinking about it though, because the dunes are like quite bumpy, obviously. Right. Let me just stop here for a sec. I need something higher than this area. Let's go with... probably need to be at least here. This is aligned to the world grid, isn't it? Yep. Ah, my turbo fuel is inside the truck. Or not turbo fuel, sorry, the biofuel. Okay, it won't let me split it while it's in the truck, I guess. Hey man, love your work in this game. Can't even imagine the effort you put off screen. Yeah, it's a lot of time. But thank you. Crap, I forgot. If you have this stuff in your inventory, then it won't destroy things. It'll destroy everything around it anyway. There we go. Alright, so that's the road done there. I guess the question is, how much do I want that to come out? So where I'm aiming for is that building there. Just pave this whole thing here. Oh, I'm out of concrete now. Okay, we'll have to leave it. I'll have to go get some in a bit. There's loads up there. Well, I guess I need to do that. If I'm going to drive this route, we need the concrete to be in place, so... or the road. Let's go grab it. Smoke break, then listen while cleaning the yard. I don't own a house, but I'm hoping to within a year. Maybe. That's the goal. But if I do, I really look forward to working in the yard. Like, tending to a lawn and stuff would be quite nice. Right, so... stairs to this place is on the other side of the building. Put some of this stuff away for a bit. Alright, let's just pave out this road as quick as I can. Try to get a bit more focused. I feel like I'm all over the place. It's just me killing time while I watch you play, thinking about all the poop not related to the game. But I don't know, it's still, even going way off topic, I don't even understand. It just occurred to me why the idea that the ancient ancestors needed slaves is a logical error. Let's just stop right there. I don't know why you think it's a logical error that they didn't, or that they needed slaves or didn't need them. The next thing they say is that because they could travel through space. So I don't know where what that's... Ancient people could travel through space, but didn't have electricity and mechanized service. I don't know what you're talking about. Alright, let me just gauge the height of this by keeping it like this for a sec. Yeah, that's where you need it to go, straight out like that. And then to the left even a bit. Am I massively in the way of anything here? No, and I even leave a gap underneath. Good. Anunnaki. Anunnaki. Would love to own my own place, but houses are very expensive. The 3rd or 4th ranking in the world? Where you are? That sucks. Yeah, I mean, it's just that way everywhere. I'm hoping to move somewhere very rural where it'll just be really cheap. But who knows? I have no idea. Can't afford one right now anyway, that's for sure. It's just a lofty goal. We're just generally saving to get a house at some point, but there's no immediate plan to actually do it. Is there a... What can I do with this? Is there like a way to turn it sideways? So what I'd like to do is have that corner linked to that corner. Sort of like this, right? Which one do you need to be able to do that? Down corner ramp. I mean, yeah, but without the ramp. Does it exist in the game like a way... I mean, that's fine, I suppose, but... Not having that ramp there? Is there an object in the game where you can do that? Or no? Because oh, I guess there's the up corner. Or the inverted, right? Must be the inverted one. That's basically it. I just wish it wasn't a ramp. Because I can see under it. Damn it. I don't want to. It works from this angle. But there it's a little annoying. Only a little bit. You'd almost want like something like that to plug the hole, you know? And I know some people just use these, but they clip through. I don't like the clipping. Anyway, we'll just leave it like that then, and then I was going to do the same here. With our UK rates. Well, I was actually thinking of moving back to Ireland. I like the series. I'm still in the first part of it, but it's nice to see how far the factory has grown. Convinced me to buy the game. Yeah, things get big and wild later. But I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, so many people seem to have bought the game from watching because they didn't know about it. Just joined Rocky Desert, my favorite spot. Looking forward to how playstyle will change with update 8. Yeah, I'm not sure my playstyle will necessarily change. I'll definitely be ziplining a bit more and building out those big power poles all over the place, for sure. But other than that, I don't know. I guess with the power changes, maybe you could think about how to build your factory slightly different. Where the hell did that just go? I got a better idea. Grab this, put that there. That way we get to keep our lovely trees. Now it's just a bigger turn. Could make it even bigger, I think. Probably make a bit more sense. It is, I suppose, kind of strange to do the turn after the gap. Also, this looks so ugly. Probably want to actually do the turn somewhere here. Make more sense. Sorry for placing this down several times now, but we'll get it right in the end, and it will look best. Alright, let's have a look at that. Yeah, a little bit better. Such a shame about this. I think what you can do is use the opposite of this on the bottom, and then that would kind of correct it, right? So this is called the inverted up corner. Let's just find the up corner. Not really doing what I thought it would. Is it even what I need, thinking about it? No, not really. Oh well, yeah, I don't know. If you have ideas how to close that off and make it look good, let me know. So far it doesn't look bad. Actually, one thing you could do is probably just use a wall, right? Does a wall hook onto the sides of this? Nope. Yeah, I'd have to play around with the spacing a bit to find where the good start point is. Maybe just try it one more time real quick. So not there, maybe here. Still comes over the edge, but it's close to what I'd want, which is like just not being able to see in there. So if I moved it over again, it would kind of blend a bit better. But yeah, again, it's not really the proper solution. You could also just, I suppose, if you're just trying to hide things, use something like a concrete pillar, turn it sideways with a beam or something, and that way you could just plug it with concrete aside from the side. Inverted down corner. So this is the inverted up corner. So you'd think an inverted down corner. Let's see. Can't get it to get on that foundation. Don't know why. Like, it won't go on top at all. Yeah, don't think so. Hey, Preston. Barriers then replaced by a wall. Oh, I just did that. Just did that just there. The ability to blow up the poison rocks. Yeah, that's going to be huge. Looking forward to that. Remove the top one first. I'm just going to move on, guys, because it'll just take too long. I just want to build the road. It's okay. I'm sure there's a way to do it, but it'll just take me personally too long. I'll probably just figure it out in my own time. It's the same that happened before. In the Fuse Frame Factory, people showed me how to do it, and it did work. Well, kind of. Why can't I just place this on top? There we go. When is Rift Breaker episode 2 releasing? Well, it's not recorded yet. Depends how the first episode does. Let me have a look at it and see how it's doing. Yeah, unfortunately it's not doing that good, guys, so might not get one. Oh well, I really like the game anyway. I'm just trying to think, so the problem with this is it kind of needed to come over another bit. Or you could just use the steeper ramp. It'll be a short ramp, I guess. It's not that bad. So the 8. Alright, so my bridge comes across here. We then take a left turn, go up this steep hill, but then we have a pretty straight ride out to the transport hub itself. I don't think I'm blocking the path of anything this way either, so pretty happy with it. I'll just start cutting away some of these trees now. I hope you keep playing. I love your walkthrough. Thanks. Yeah, I really like the game. So, maybe. But, unfortunately, if you put stuff out on YouTube that a lot of your audience don't watch, they don't get fed your next videos, even if they would watch them. Like, you'll start getting less views even on Satisfactory or other things that people are watching. Excuse me. Which is why it's kind of annoying, but that's just the way it goes. Love your Satisfactory series. Watching your vids got me into it. I play it at the weekends. Oh, nice. You play with your kids. Cool. That's nice to see the kids like the game. Can't pick it up. There we go. Alright, we've got a almost dead straight run. We now need to go up over these rocks, just slightly. Or can I get rid of those, actually? Fortunately, I'm going to destroy the tree in the process, but I think I can. Let's start it here. Great. Oh. Really? This one can't go? It looks like one of the ones that can. It is big. Oh. Well, I guess the trees are always going to go. Oh no. This is a line to the world grid. Are you telling me that that factory isn't? Wait, well, the transport hub. Oh, it probably isn't because it's a line to the railway. We're like a good half foundation off. Maybe even more. Ace Needler, appreciate the super chat. They say at work, so I can't watch the stream right now, but just wanted to say thank you for always brightening up my day with your amazing content. Hey, thanks for brightening up my day. But no, thank you. Really do appreciate it. Thank you. And my pleasure. I love this game. And people are really very, very nice about it, how I play it. So it's a joy. It really is a joy to play. I just wish I could do more quicker. I'm very slow with it, I guess. All right, I'm debating in my head. Do I go into Satisfactory Calculator and align this building to the world grid? Should we give that a shot? I feel like it's maybe worth a shot. Just to get our roads to line up. Because it doesn't need to be in the world grid, not on the world grid for any other reason. I'm just trying to think what would happen with the train line. It'd be fine. The train line would be fine. Yeah. I'd say yes. I think it is worth it. Considering it's not a factory with belts or anything, I think it'd be relatively safe. Now, I've never done that before. I've never aligned something to the world grid, like a whole building. So I don't know how that works. But maybe it does work, so we could go through the process together. Where am I from? I'm from Ireland. I live in England, though. Alright, so it's just saved. Let's just save this as 57 stream pre-move. We'll hit save on that. We're going to try to use Satisfactory Calculator, and I'll take you through the process if you've never seen it before. That's just saving. Jesus, it's taking a while. Alright, game was saved. So, here we are on Satisfactory Calculator. We'll go to Interactive Map. I'll open up where my saves are. We'll just see if this works. Saved. Save games. Alright, dragging my save here. This will upload it to Satisfactory Calculator. Remove a bit of the rail first. Well, it's too late now. I think it'll be okay. I think that I'm not too worried about the rail being off. I was worried about how the rail would join back on. Only one train uses this place at the moment, and it doesn't even really need to, so it should be okay. Alright, so there's the building that we want to move. So I'm just going to do an old rectangle select tool here. Align selected items to world grid. Submit. So we should see this road, this foundation either snap over or snap over to the right. One or the other. I don't know how it does it for such a big thing though. There's so much stuff to move. This could take a while. It almost sounds American. Yeah, people say I sound American. It says the page isn't responding. I'm assuming if I wait though, it'll be okay. Should I click wait? Or just click nothing? I'd almost say click nothing. I'm not sure how long I should have to wait though. 68 kilometers of belts? Oh, is that what's in my world? Oh yeah, that's cool. I never actually thought about that. 21 kilometers of pipes. 34 kilometers of train rail. Wow. Yeah, I never knew that. Click wait. Alright, we're waiting in real time. While I'm waiting in the background, I guess I could just show you this place. So basically, if you've been following the series from episode 57, I built something called a transport hub. Just this building. This is my new and improved one in the middle of the map. Or in the Rocky Desert, I guess, north of the map. So it's got 7 truck stations all along the way here. And then it's got a side entrance for us to go into and sort of feed all of them fuel and get up and down stairs. So I still need to put the staircase in on this side, but on the other side there's a way to get upstairs to access the drone ports. There's another 7 on this side as well. Don't know if I'll need them. And then the idea is to like build out roads. There's obviously a train station down at the very top. So let's just take a moment to stop and see if it's done the thing. Don't think so. Oh, it did it. It's done. And it looks like it did do it. But it aligned it to the left. So now what I need to do is select the same thing, but tell it to move everything to the right once. So let's try this. It doesn't matter if I select some rail. Alright, so move selected items position. Submit. You want to go on the X coordinate over 4 foundation, like 4 meters, which is 1 foundation across. Hit submit. And hope for the best. There we go. That did it? Did I just offset it? How did I do that? Oh, no. It's because 4 isn't 1 foundation, 8 is 1 foundation. So just do that move again. Yeah, sorry, 8 is 1 foundation, 4 is a half. Alright, let's hope for the best. At least it did that one pretty quickly. Oh yes, looks like we're lined up. Okay, so we'll just deselect. Download save game. And then we'll just load this up. And it should be good. We'll have to reconnect the train, obviously. But this should be easy enough. Glad you're showing this. I need to move my screw factory. Wasn't sure how to do it. Yeah, so initially when I was going to build this factory, or this transport hub, I was like, oh, I should just copy the one that I've already built. You know, people have seen me do it. I'll just copy one and put it up here. But I ended up deciding just to build it fresh anyway, because it was a little awkward. I found it awkward to move because it's at an angle. So it's at an angle. You have to like, so if you've never used the website before, this one in particular, let's say you didn't want to move certain things, you could just filter them out. So it's like, I don't want any of the foundations moved for whatever reason, you know. But then you can just select everything that's not that. And then you can filter by height. So if you didn't want to, if you wanted to move something that's on top of something else, you just drag up this, and it's, the bigger you save, the more complicated, the more intense it is. But as you start to filter out things, then your CPU gets a bit better, and the frame rate gets better. So you can say like, oh no, everything above like this height, that's the only thing I want to move, and then you're free to sort of select that. You can select it like with a lasso tool, and then delete them, move them, whatever. And people were saying like, oh, that's how I delete factories. I wouldn't dismantle entire factory by myself. I would just use this. So I've never done that before, and I've never actually moved anything majorly. This is probably the first time I've ever moved something that significant. I think I've aligned stuff to the world grid once or twice, literally like 1 or 2 foundations, so I can start building correctly, that kind of thing. But yeah, anyway, it's downloaded, so we should be good to go. I just got to move the folder of it, put it in the right folder, and then get started. So that's my folder. So it goes into downloads, and we'll just drag it over to the game save folder, and then it should be just in there immediately. So now it's called _calculator. So we'll give this a shot. See how it goes. All right, Riftbreaker is also on PS5. Yes, it is, yeah. See, I first played it on 2 years ago on PC. It wasn't on PS5 then, but it is on PS5 now. I don't know if the DLC is, though. You pronounce water as wooder, which is Philadelphia. I pronounce water. I say water. And I say wooder. Water. Water. There's loads of different ways to say it. And then in England, they're like, water. Something like that. I wonder, can you make a Among Us man outside out of concrete? Just wonder. You could. I don't see why not. And you can paint it, so you could definitely do the different colors and everything. Sorry, this is taking a while. I think while streaming, my CPU is under heavy load, and it tends to struggle with loading the game. Oh, sorry. Ryland Gaming has a great video on aligning foundations. It's only about 7 minutes and worth a watch when you can. Thanks, Jerry. If I've missed any comments or haven't read them out, you can just write them again. Oh, sorry. Nemanja Venanovic says, will you cover Total War Pharaoh? I don't plan to currently. Depending how it looks when they show it this week, maybe, but probably not. I would err on the side of probably not, but maybe. All right, we did it. Now, I'm seeing some issues. So our foundations have been moved correctly, but it seems the walls haven't. Ugh, goddamn. They said they're showing gameplay this week. Yeah, they said that on their Twitter. What are my specs? Oh, I don't think I actually linked it in channel. If you go to whatdarrenplays.com/spec, my PC specs are there. So I'll say that again. whatdarrenplays.com/spec. So you can see my PC spec there. That can be painted over, yeah. I'm just wondering, I don't know if I should do this, commit to what about this area? Oh, no, forget it. This is all messed up. What's up with this? Oh, right. Yeah, it's collapsed them all into the same spot. See, I thought that might happen because it doesn't know how to align regular thing. It's aligning everything to the world grid. It's like I only need the foundations aligned, and then everything else needs to move with them. I have an idea, though, that could solve this. If I just knew the distance it needs to move, instead of clicking align to world grid, I could just move everything's position over by whatever that amount is. And that'd be even quicker. So I might just try this one more time. I think I can do it. Yeah, I think I can do it. All right, so let me hop back out just briefly. And we still have the other save, so it's no problem. Load that other save back in. And just to make this go even faster, I'm going to close the game. Alright. Yeah, where are we? Here we are. Let's pre-move. Filter this. There we go. Alright. Alright, back in you go. I think I've got an idea. If this doesn't work, then forget it. But I think I've got it. Here's hoping for good Unix collision. I know, right? Yeah, so for those who don't know, Total War, not Saga, excuse me, Total War Pharaoh is being made by the people that made Total War Saga Troy. The Sofia team of Creative Assembly, which are based out in Bulgaria. And no disrespect to them, but they are the B team of Creative Assembly. And they're going again quite quickly since Troy compared to the other teams. And even though it is listed as a full historical game, I know what the next historical is. Can't tell you. I'm friends with a few developers there, and the next historical is a proper big historical game. So I just don't really care for this one because I didn't even know about it. I wasn't told about this one at all. No idea it was coming up. And that's just because I feel like the developers that are making the next one don't give a damn about this one because it's not the real one. But, you know, that's just my bias. That is what it is. It could look great, I guess. I do not have any confidence in it right now. So I guess we'll just wait to see, and maybe it will and maybe it won't. Right, so what I'm going to do is grab just these foundations. And I'll say align to the world grid. Right, so they're aligned now. So the annoying thing is it's aligning it to the left instead of going to the right. So I need to then select these and move them to the right. It's difficult to just... Can I just select one? No? Does that select them? Nope. All right. I was just wondering if I'm clipping into the other ones, selecting those as well. So let's do this. 3 double ramps. There we go. Okay, so move items position. Again, this time it's going to be over to the right by 1 foundation. So there we go. So now this is lined up with this. Easy peasy. Delete that selection. So now what we got to do is look at the coordinate of this compared to, say, this, and move all of it by that amount. A little bit of math. So can we just select 1 like this? I've selected 2 somehow. One. All right, so move position, submit. So this is the position. I'm just going to write this down. So its X is 224,000. Don't worry about the Y or the Z. It doesn't matter to me. All right, delete that selection. So now we're going to try and move everything. Oh, wait. Very last thing then is we got to count where this one's at. Selecting 3. How do I just select one thing? This is the one I want to select. Right click. Update position. There we go. So there we go. There's the difference, right? That's the number. So that's 224,458.6875. Okay. Easy math. So all it is we need to move it 458.6875. That's all. That's all we got to do. How hard can that be? That's what we got to add on to whatever number we get. And I think this will work, right? Why wouldn't it? Where will we start from? I guess we'll just start from here. All right, move selected items. All right. Need a calculator to add this together. So the number we have now, gotta write this one down, 208,058.6875. So do I have to take away 458.6875, right? That's what I got to take away from it. Well, that's actually pretty easy. So straight away, this can go and this can go. That's gone, right? Because that's the 586875, so that's done. And then it was a 4, so it's 76. Try this, please. The good thing is we'll know if we've got it right. I don't think it worked. Oh my god. How do I undo that? Undo the move. How did that not work though? Damn. It felt like that was it. I know the differences between the two numbers, so how the hell can I not just move it by that amount? As you highlight with your tool, the tool picks its own central point. Right. Hmm. So I don't know if this update undo is going to work or not. I forgot 2 zeros. Did I need the other 2 zeros? But it was after a decimal point, so I didn't think it mattered. Might have to reload the site and just redo it. 207,600 is what it should be. Okay, Monty, I'll give that a go. Right, we're back. I mean, this is a million decimal points. You think it should be 20... Oh, yeah. I had the decimal point in the wrong place. I had it in the wrong place. That's why. I had the decimal point here. It's supposed to be 0, point. Yeah. So that should be it, right? Yep. Yeah. Okay, let's give this a go. Hey, Rose. This should move it correctly, I'm hoping, and we should see it right after it's done. And we'll know if we got it right. Yes, it's right. It is aligned. Okay, good. Right, we'll just save this, and then we can load this up in the game. And then we can just fix the other things by hand ourselves. You're better off shifting the road over to the left, half the foundation? Well, this seems to have worked. Is it done? I think it's done. Actually, I don't know. Yeah, it's done. Got it. I'll just have to put the save in. Okay, I think that's it. Don't you need to fix the Z? No. I mean, it might be offset on the Z as well, but I don't really mind. That's okay. This was just to align it with the road. Oh, I see what Etheric Bard was saying. Instead of moving an entire building, move the road. The thing is, the building has 4 roads coming out of it, and the building is the thing that's off the grid. So I might as well just get the building in the right position, and then all the roads will always be in the right position because they're always aligned to the world grid. So you might look at the problem and go like, well, why would you move an entire building instead of just moving this easy to move road? It's true. If this didn't work in Satisfactory Calculator, then I would have had to ultimately just do that. But this is a more, this will last longer, this issue, you know. It's like, this is better forward planning, because it's like, well, instead of having 4 offset roads or having to move 4 little roads, just move the building through this nice service on this website, and then hopefully everything is lined up. But this all stems from the fact that my rail network is not on the world grid, and that's why this has happened. Alright, we're back. Alright, so don't worry about that. You could go to about there, I guess. I'll bring this out second bit. Do I have color cartridges on me? I think I do. Yeah. Alrighty. It's as easy as that. Did it. So we need to fix the train line. But we are aligned now, and everything in here is aligned. Nothing's all broken anymore. That's good. We'll have to make our way down. You know what? I've been putting this off for a while. Let's just make the stairs here as well, because I've been saying I'll do that for a while and haven't actually done it. Oh, interesting. There's a belt right here. Alright, so this needs to go straight out. I guess T junction? that's not going to work. So what we could do is this. Hey, Don, don't mind me. Thank you very much for the channel membership. I had something in my mind and now I just can't even work out how I was going to do that. I mean, it's not that big of a... Let me just check the other side, because the other side I've done it correctly. Why do you use a double one... Why do you use a double 1 meter foundation instead of a 2? So that this can be a different material to what's below us. That's why. If I don't want to walk on metal, I want to walk on concrete. I need 2 different types of foundation. Yeah, so this is the one that works. Alright, so it's 1 tile in, then stairs. Got it. Love the Riftbreaker episode, thanks! Make sure you like the video. It's not doing that well, so it might not end up doing any more. I'd like to, though. I really like the game. The sad part about building big is the eventual random crashing. I've never had a crash in this game. Oh, actually, I think I did once. Just once, and I think it was actually on the stream. But I guess, like you said, my save maybe not big enough for it just yet. I don't know how after forgetting, how I've just forgot immediately. It was 1 gap from the door, and then stairs. Oh, I know why. This isn't on the other side. So it can't be the same. Okay. It can't be the exact same anyway. So I'll just have to move that. Face it a different direction. Fuck me, man. Alright, just pick up some of these crates. It's just the turbo fuel that was left in the thing. A crate inside there, isn't there? That still works. Alright, how's that train moving? Didn't we disconnect the rail? I'll need to get upstairs and take a look at that. That'll be really interesting to see how that works, because we, you know, save edited to move the rail. Cold, thanks very much for becoming a senator. Yeah, I'm super curious to see how this has happened now. What? Oh! It's still connected because we pushed it over into the other rail. That's amazing. Oh my god. What else can I get rid of? Do I've got any Yeah, let's get rid of some of this crap. That probably won't fit there. Well, that bend is good. I don't want to mess with that. So, and also, I don't know. I thought we moved this as well, didn't we? But it looks like it's totally fine. Although there's something going on there with a little bit of space. There must just be two in the same spot, probably. Well, this is still aligned to the center anyway, so that's totally fine. Just get rid of this. Hey, thanks very much for the tip. Didn't actually appear in the chat, but I see it. Thank you. I thought they all appear in the chat. No name either. Oh yeah, sorry. That's the same thing. I was hoping to put the signal outside the gates because it looks better that way. I'll probably end up moving this thing anyway a bit further out, but just for now, I just want to get the thing re-hooked up. Alright, so that's fine. Okay, cool. So that goes in here, and we flow along. So we'll just do the same on the other side. It shouldn't be as bad because it's a straight line out. Amazingly, the train can still go. Especially on this side, it seems really weird that it can do that. Because there should definitely be a gap on this side. Yeah. There's a gap. it makes it over that. I guess because the logic of the train still thinks it's the same, probably. Huh, well, that's interesting. There we go. Easy as that. Not too bad at all. Now, you know, I'll fix the little bridge gap and everything in the future, but that's pretty nice because we only moved it on one axis. It means that it's just still linked up to the same everything. So it's great. Alrighty. This has been a hell of an effort just to get one mine in place. Now we need to drive the route to actually deliver it. But what I wanted to do was figure out which loading bay should we deliver it to. So there's more than one Caterium resource that will probably come into this place. There's Caterium that we're going to get out here. There's some all the way up here, which I feel like I'll probably end up driving down here as well. Maybe. So I'd say maybe something in the bottom corner would be one that most of them can hit. So let's see which number bay it is. You guys liking the look of this? There's no lights on top yet, but otherwise I think it's pretty clean. Pretty happy with it. Alright, maybe bay 14. Why the hell not? Obviously, they all say Caterium right now. The Caterium is coming in, so someone suggested that the arrow should be down if it's coming in. Hello? And up if it's going out. And I didn't agree with that at first, but now I do because of the drone ports. It makes a lot more sense when they're kind of flying out. Oh, sorry, I didn't read that down in the can. I have a problem building large scale. I always end up cramping myself up in some tiny space and needing to tear everything apart and rebuild it. Thanks, Dan. Yeah, I had the same problem with my computer factory, so it's happened to me too. You just always got to build bigger than you initially think. And then double it. Alright. I've already gotten this, by the way, so it's all good. Cool, this will be our other road. I'll go out to get those other things in the future, but, well, actually, so our truck is going to come in that way, and then we decided that it's going to be a one-way system, right? So that's always going to be an input, and this will always be an output, and vice versa. This should probably always be an input, and the one in that corner should probably always be an output. That would probably make things make sense. Etheric Bard, hey, appreciate that. Thank you very much. And he said, thanks for showing the process of moving. Yeah, it's good to see, isn't it? I don't know if other people have done a video on it. I'm assuming someone has done. But I would like to, once I finally finish the series, I'll probably make a video on everything I learned over the course of doing it. So let's just make a regular foundation and bring it straight out and see if that's going to be good enough. I'm say we're actually maybe a little too high up. Could we go a little lower before we make this choice? Oh, I'm nearly out of fuel. I won't be able to fly with packaged turbo fuel just yet. Yeah, I'll have to start driving down now in a sec to go pick up a few things. Yeah, so we can go a little lower with this. I'm going to. Might as well go as low as we can before we clip with the ground. And I'll get rid of the trees later. Alright, so straight out now. Should really zipline my way across as well. That will help me get there a bit quicker. Oops. Sorry, yeah, my frame rate is just a little bit worse while streaming. So I kind of hitched my mouse there a bit. How's the driving lessons coming along in real life? Well, so I just got back from whatever latest trip I had a couple weeks ago to my family in Ireland. So then I immediately went onto the driving website for the government in the UK and applied to get a license. So you have to spend, I think it's like £35. I'd already done it once, but if you've left it more than 20 days, then you have to do it again. So I had to do it again. Because last time, first of all, I didn't know you had to leave it 20 days. Or there was like a time limit on it. But also, I just assumed I could take the lessons whenever. Anyway, so I had to reapply. I've applied, and now they have to send the same form that I had before, but out again. I'm not allowed to fill out the same form. It has to be a different one. Each form has its own unique reference code, so we gotta wait for that. So I'm in the process of waiting. Now, I did that a week ago. I've been checking every day in the mail to see if it's arrived, and it hasn't arrived yet. But that's where we're at. So I haven't booked any lessons yet. I'm applying for my provisional. Because I have to send my passport away as a non-UK resident. Well, I'm a UK resident, but as a non-UK national. Because I'm from Ireland. And they're a bunch of racists over here. I gotta send off my passport, so I guess they can check who I am. Let's start over here. Anyway, because of that, I'm waiting. So long story short, once they do send the form, I fill out the form, I put my passport in a little envelope, and I send that off. And then after like 6 to 8 weeks, they get back to me and say, here's your provisional, and I'll be like, cool. Then I can apply to get lessons. So that's what you're dealing with. Whole bunch of stupid ass bureaucracy in this country, which is ridiculous. It takes forever to do anything. I just don't know why that's the way it is, but it just is. Not like that in Ireland. Ireland's a small country, so I feel like it's not that bad in that regard. But anyway. Is that good enough? I feel like maybe even come over one tile more. Irish is a race now? Irish is actually a race for some reason. When you fill out forms in the UK, it says, you know, what's your ethnicity? It'll say like black, Asian, white, and then it says white brackets Irish as a separate thing. So, don't know what that's all about. I think it's, well, anyway, not to get political, but I think it's really not on that they ask what race you are. For anything. That should never be a question, in my opinion. But anyway, I know why it's done. It's more for data than for assessment or anything like that. It's like, okay, well, how many people are doing this? But it's just, it feels wrong to be asked. Anyway, that's interesting. In Poland, you just go take lessons, apply for exams. Yeah, so if I lived in the or if I was from the UK, I wouldn't have to send off a passport. I would just apply, and it could take, you do it online, and it takes like a day, you know. But being from Ireland, even though I've lived here 8 years and worked here 8 years and everything, it doesn't matter. My passport, my only identification is my passport, and it's from a different country, so they require it to be seen in person, I guess. And because of COVID and stuff, it can just take a little while. From the delays, like there's still like this backlog delays, and the annoying thing is, like, obviously it's getting close to what's it called, people finishing up school and stuff. I'm going to be competing with all the boy racers out there who want to drive. And have I ever driven before? No, not really. I've been in a car before and like driven a little bit, but I don't have a provisional, so no. you know. And I'm just going to be doing an automatic license. I'm not even going to be doing manual. I've driven more in video games than I have in real life by far, because I play manual in video games, and I like to think I'm pretty good. I actually just recently got a racing wheel and some pedals for Dirt Rally. And I used to be a big fan of Gran Turismo back in the day. Got my licenses in Gran Turismo when I was like 9. But yeah, in real life, no. I've never had any money. So I've just never been able to afford a car. Too expensive. All right, cool. Get rid of this as well. But yeah, Rosie, my girlfriend, just learned to drive this year. So we bought a car together, and that's why I'm learning now. Or will be. We have our first car. We have freedom. Amazing. I feel American. Why not just Celtic? As a, yeah, I don't know. Bureaucracy will eat our everything. I know. It's really is terrible. Bureaucracy, probably the worst thing that I've experienced living here. Which, in the grand scheme of things, isn't a big problem, right? But it's just like, it's impossible to talk to anyone who's a person. Coming from Ireland, it's just very alien to me. Maybe it's different now, because I've been here for so long. It might be that way now in Ireland, I don't know. But, it really is that, like, Little Britain meme of, like, computer says no. If you come at them with a problem that their computer doesn't have, like, a solution for, they just break down. Like, I don't know what to do with you. Because I'm supposed to put this number in this field, and I can't. It's like, okay. Can you just think like a human for a sec about how to solve this issue, whatever it might be? There's so many instances of that. When I first moved over here, so Ireland doesn't have postcodes, or it didn't. They actually just introduced postcodes a couple years ago. For the longest time, my address would just be my name, so Darren blah blah, and then it would just say the area I was from. I used to live in Knoll, County Dublin. That's where I used to live. So my address would be Darren, Knoll, County Dublin. And guess what? There was no other Darren living there, so it just works. It's not that hard to figure out where people live, because there isn't that many people in Ireland, right? There's only 4 million people. Anyways, coming over here, when I had to fill in a form to get my first apartment, they had asked, you know, give us your previous address in Ireland. And then there was on the form, it said like postcode. And I just put down 0000 because that's what you do when you don't have one and you're trying to fill out things online. And we handed it into the people and they were like, well, we can't do this. The computer is saying like you need a valid postcode. And I'm like, there's no postcode in Ireland. And they just looked at me like, that cannot be possible. They were like, how do you get mail? And I was like, the postman just delivers it to me. Like he knows. He just knows. Like, I don't know. I never thought about it. Why do you need a code? Your name is the code. In that country. I understand obviously in cities and stuff why you'd need it. And I'm not complaining about the fact that there is a postcode. That's totally fine. But it was more the fact that because I didn't have one, it was a complete breakdown. It added like 2 weeks onto the whole process of trying to get our first apartment. It actually lost our first apartment because of it. We ended up having to get a different one. And it was just funny. It was just so weird to be like, why can't you just like, why does everything have to go into this computer the exact, like, they were literally like, it won't let me go to the next page if there's no postcode. And I'm like, well, just put in 00. Like, they're like, no, we need a real one. I'm like, well, too bad. Has no one ever moved from Ireland before? Like, I don't understand what's happening. Anyway. And it's just, all this stuff always seems to happen. Recently, I went to Rome on a flight and they lost our bags. And we got our bags on the 3rd day. We were there. We were there for 3 days. We got them on the final day. Hey, Nate. Thank you very much for being a channel member. 4 months as well. And he says, hi, Darren. Been here since 30K. Hey, appreciate that. And thank you. All right, soon we can start driving. I've done the road now, so the road connects all the way, right? Yeah. Anyways, they lost our bags, and they actually stole something. Someone stole something out of our bag as well, which sucked. It was a really expensive item, but whatever. And All of this stuff happened. Anyway, there was a problem with the website. I don't know what the necessarily specifically what. Where did I park that truck actually before? That's the one I need. It's there. You have to go get that one. Anyway, there's a problem with the website. Long story short, the website said that they sent me an email, and I didn't get the email. Okay, I just didn't get it. I got all the emails before that, you know, to do with the case number, the ticket. They're trying to help out, whatever the issue is. I have all the previous emails. Don't have that one. Check junk. Check everything. I'm not an idiot. I didn't get the email. It wouldn't let me reply to it. So if I go to the website for the airline, I try to like reply to the ticket. It says, you can't reply to this. You've got an email. I didn't have an email. And I was calling them saying like, hey, I can't reply to the ticket. And you're dealing with like automated systems and bots and stuff. And it's like, what is your problem? Like, is it to do with, you know, press 1 for baggage incidents or 2 for whatever? So I'd be like, yeah, baggage incident. And they're like, give us your case number. And I'd give them the case number. And then it's like, we're awaiting your reply. And then it's like, thanks for calling. And then it just like hangs up. And I'm like, what? I'm calling because I can't reply. But it's, you know, it's like they haven't taken that possibility into consideration that there could be an instance where the person just cannot reply. So I basically had to lie. And I got through to like someone in Barcelona because it's a Spanish airline that flew me to Italy. It was Vueling Airline. Vueling. Anyway. Got through to someone in Barcelona. They spoke a little bit of English, and they were like, "Oh yeah, we can put you through to someone. They're like the right person to start this process." Oh, it was just like one of these things, you know. Anyway, thanks for listening to my rants and rambles. I didn't read any chat in that time, apart from the super chat and the channel membership, so I appreciate that. Anyway, is het multiplayer GIF ant wort please? I'm gonna need some Google Translate on that, Thomas. Is it a multiplayer Begus? I want to join. So this is not a multiplayer game. The game Satisfactory is updating in a month's time, and I will be running a multiplayer server then. But I'm not running one now. This is an offline single player session. But in a month's time, I will run a multiplayer server. And channel members will have first dibs. Probably have only dibs, to be fair. But if it's not popular at all and it doesn't fill up, then I can just open it to everyone. But I'm assuming people will need to be channel members to get in, because there's not that many slots. And you have to pay to run the server, so that's why. Alright, so I gotta get the music back running. We're finally in position. The Caterium mine is being built. The road network is being built. Let's put our music back on. And let's drive this route. Alright, I'm just tabbing back into the game. Good. Alright, man. Alright, we good to go. I don't think you can drive on that road you just made. There's no up ramp. Let's find out if Craig is right. Okay? I'm going to take a big gamble on this. My money is on me. But all of the chat's money is on Craig being right with this one. Alright? Craig Holmes being put on blast. He says, you can't drive on that road you just made. There's no up ramp. Let's see. You could be right. I really actually don't know. And I'm going to assume that past Darren figured this one out and thought about that. Let's find out. Let's drive over this tree. Can't drive over that tree because why not? Alright, let me delete the tree. The hell out of here. We've already loaded this truck fully, but we'll just stop here for a second. Initiate loading. So it knows what it's doing. And let's get going. Alright. My truck is highlighted. Is that normal? I feel like it's not normal. Sponsored by Amazon Rainforest. I have no idea what road and ramp that is. Yeah, because that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking, no, I'm pretty sure I did do a road. Oh, I think he might be right, actually. I don't think I connected a road for the very beginning over here. But maybe I did. Let's see. Excuse me. think he's right, guys. I didn't do one over on this side. Craig Holmes has me dead to rights. He's right. Alright. No one is allowed to subscribe or super chat or anything anymore. I do not deserve it. $50p, man. I would have taken that bet. You'd be definitely up. What would be the return, though, is the question, I guess. So it needed to go over the dunes. We tilt it this way now, maybe? That turns it off the world grid. It'd be problematic. Let me just go all the way out to that pillar. And then maybe just take a hard left. All right. We want to go down to the water like that? Hey, Gaming Trucker, I don't deserve it, but I appreciate it. Thank you. That's fine, right? Little wet the wheels a little bit. No problem there. Why can I see this, by the way? There we go, cleared it. Yeah, and I'll put some pillars and stuff beneath it. That could look cool. Alright, let's try this journey one more time. That should be the road. Craig, is the road complete? Give answer, please. I already gave you an answer, Thomas. The answer is no. It's not multiplayer. But in a month's time, I will be hosting a multiplayer game. But today, it's not multiplayer. Hey, Vin. I am here. Imagine driving through the Amazons like boss. There's an endangered rare animal in the way. What do we do? Full speed, exactly. That's what you gotta do. Yeah, Plyris was correct as well. He knew even where it was specifically. Alright, we gotta start the route again, so I'll just drive up to the top of this thing. And pretty much begin it where we began before. That's the old computer factory that's been stripped clean from the inside. There's nothing inside it anymore. Abandoned factory. Okay. Thanks for the words of encouragement, Craig, by the way. Your response is too complicated. Please input a new one. Yeah. Alright, off we go. We'll load the cargo again. Oh my god, the brakes, they don't work. I approve this voyage. Add the turbo fuel or else the loop is too long. The turbo fuel they'll pick up on the other side. 48 biofuel now. I don't have any turbo fuel on me. I'm just gonna have to hope we can make this journey. What do you think? 47 biofuel, can we make it? I think we can make it. I think so. Not all the way back, but it'll load turbo fuel once we get there. I'll just have to take the biofuel out. Need some danger signs on the old factory. Yeah, that'd be cool, actually, yeah. Yeah, we'll make this with ease. This might be actually all the Caterium I need to actually start the supercomputer factory then. I'll just drive on this side for now. Before we get rid of those trees. Come on, tars. Oh, come on. Alright, I can still get out and remove them. Let me just split, so I just remove the trees I need to. Well, the biofuel lasts longer than you think. Be good for one loop or so. I was pretty convinced this thing was going to fly off, actually, doing that, but we're still recording, right? So it's okay. I'll have to edit that node. Alrighty, so I said that bay number 14 is the one that I'm going to go into. And if we're not pulling up, we stay on the right lane. My logic is impeccable. There you go, mister. But while it's doing that, I'll just hop out for a sec, take this out, and now we're getting turbo fuel. Alright, just still unloading. That'll be a flat tire. Yeah, the chainsaw goes straight through. Alright, let's go. Oh, I've got no truck audio. Oh, no, I do. Smooth. Alright. Can you declare war on someone? No. War games are for like massive racists who only care about ideologies and nationalities and stuff. This is a joke, by the way, for anyone else just listening. Insanity is an old senator of mine from the days where I played more variety games and strategy games and war games. And he said that this game is boring. Can you believe that? After my last stream last week, first thing he does is go into my Discord and he writes to me and says, "That stream nearly put me to sleep." I was like, well, thanks very much, Vin. Appreciate that a lot. Oh no, this isn't the correct route, but we can make it. Good thing the truck doesn't clip with hanging wires. No, yeah. Yeah, good thing. Yeah, no, I'll move those out of the way now that the road's in place. Nobody show him Euro Truck Simulator if you want a boring game. Or, well, I did actually stream SnowRunner and stuff. I love that game. But it can get even slower paced than this. Alright, so, shall we save this path? We'll call this Caterium West to Rocky Desert. And then just enable autopilot and say, see you later. It might have to do a bit of a reset. Can I edit these even while I'm here? Yeah, I can. Get this out of the way for a sec. Don't hit me. Ah, knew it was going to run me over. Why is it stopping there? Supposed to stop there. Oh, I guess there is a pause thing in there. Can you just get out of the way? Idiot. Alright. I don't want you waiting there. I want you waiting here. And here you can wait, I don't know. Yeah, 12 seconds, whatever. And that's yellow because it uses this thing, doesn't it? So that'll reset. Oh, poor guy. Well, we just need to hit one of those other nodes that I made a mistake on, and then I can just set its wait time or remove its wait time or whatever, and then we're good to go. Oh my god, it's chasing me. It's back with a vengeance. I can go pick up some fuel actually while I'm in here. You said old senator like I'm some kind of old Nazi. Basically, yeah. This stream might put me to sleep, but I've been up for a while. I actually find it a good compliment. A lot of people say they watch my videos to go to sleep. I got no problem with that. Just let those videos roll, man. Let them roll. So upstairs is where we get our fuel. Not up there, though. Here we go. Alright, jetpack is back online. I think you need police. Those drunk drives have to go. Hey, the truck drove me over. It deserved it. Gotta put it in its place. It was trying to start an AI rebellion, basically. Truck GPT 5. Actually, while I'm here, just paint these. Alright, let's get rid of these trees as well. I'll have to move that line as well at some point. So yeah, there was out of color cartridges. So this is where the trees were that stopped me initially. I just want to fix the nodes here. So this is the forward way, forward, and then we got stalled here. So just delete this one. Yeah, just get rid of that one as well. There you go. So it'll continue along there. I have to delete this. All right. All right, we are autosaving. I'm not sure how you take those words, but I would say your video streams are kind of relaxing. Thanks. Oh no, it's totally fine. I'm joking, really. It's all good. Plus, I welcome any criticism. It's totally fine. The thing is, though, Vincenti's just not into these types of games. So I don't know what I can do for him, you know? If you're not into factory games or building games, then not much I can do. Should have supported harder when I was playing Total War. Even harder. That's all I can say about that. Hey, speaking of Total War, do we know when that Total War Pharaoh footage is out this week? Did they say when? They just said this week, right? They didn't actually give a date. Or, yeah, specific day or time. That truck's still here? I just can hear it driving around. What? Oh, is it behind me? Doesn't sound good. Oh, there it is. Back. I was just turning off the nodes. Alright, so that truck is good to go now. See you later. Godspeed. Alright, so in this stream today, how much time has passed? Jesus Christ, 2.5 hours. So all we've done, really, is, well, I went and got a hard drive. I built this road network out, and we got one node of Caterium. But, I mean, now it's filtering in here, so we can update the sign, actually, to be correct. So this is going to be bay number 14. I'll have to do all these at some point in the future. I really put on the hover pack. There we go. It's got one truck on it right now, and it's getting stuff from one deposit. So simple as. And yeah, we can see it going upstairs. So we'll have to just decide where that goes in future and how it goes onto the train. So the train's going to take that Caterium to the new supercomputer factory when I start building it. And that's why this is all prep work for the next episode. But I thought maybe we could just take a mini break and go show some cool stuff I built. So maybe we'll go grab a train. I told people that I'd show some of the old factories I built and how like the new ones are stacking up in comparison now. And show you what I've done down in the south of the map that I haven't shown yet on the videos. So what we'll need, though, real quick, is just an actual train to get us to and from here. I'm out of steel pipes. Oh well, we'll just fly over to the next factory over. We can get some there. In 3 hours, I did 3 walls. 3 walls. That's pretty funny. Have you seen the latest info about Update 8? Yes, yeah. All looking really good. Really looking forward to it. A lot of good stuff coming. I could just delete one of these. I'd get the steel pipes I need, actually. But yeah, I was saying earlier on in the stream that... Sorry, I just got confused for a second. That Update 8 initially didn't seem like that big of a change. It's like, oh, they're going to change the engine. Probably not that much else will happen because of that. It's such a big undertaking. But then now they just keep announcing stuff that's like all... Each individually seems like a kind of a small thing, but it's stacking up quickly to become like a really big update. So I'm really looking forward to it. I think it's going to be great. The old motor factory. Yeah, we could go there. Alright, so train is in position. We're in the train. And we'll just tell this to bring us down to the South Junction, please. Alright, we are good to go. Should be able to catch my chat a lot better now. Have you heard of the game called Falling Frontier? Yes. So my old YouTube channel was called Republic of Play. Actually has 120,000 subs. It's bigger than this channel technically, but it just didn't get views very consistently. It would sometimes get videos where like you'd have 100,000 views on one video and then like 5,000 on the next. It was just totally algorithmic based, you know? That's because I changed content constantly on it, so I never really built a proper audience for anything. But I did cover a lot of strategy games, and one of the games I covered was Falling Frontier. And that video actually did really well, I think, 60 or 70,000. And it looks awesome. I saw the trailer that went out today for it. I'm keeping an eye on it. Really looking forward to it. Logistics plus hard sci-fi. I'm excited. Also, Manor Lords will be another one. All the Hooded Horse games pretty much are great. And yeah, I met with that publisher before and spoke with them, I guess, behind the scenes just to learn a bit more about game development for certain things, and they seem really nice, and they seem to really pick and choose good games. Yeah, the Aluminum Factory, I was going to actually touch it up now that we've got that road in place. That was going to be the next thing on the list of things to do. I've got another hour of stream left, so we could go back and fix up the Aluminum Factory. I'm out of steel pipes. I still have the original Motor Factory, yeah. If stream of 2.5 hours could do only this much, I wonder how much time it takes to plan and record a whole episode's work. Yeah, that's the thing. I'm a little bit quicker when I'm on my own, just because obviously I'm not like looking over and slightly distracted by chat. If you're not thinking of talking and you're not trying to read what other people are saying, that extra 20% of your mind or whatever can really actually do a lot. Alright, here we are. Let's turn off self-driving. Well, I like streaming, obviously, and it helps support the channel. Like, it definitely helps keep the series going. Like, for the amount of time I put into the videos on their own don't really generate that much. You know, it's like 10 to 15,000 views. I'm not complaining at all, but it's the time it takes me to make that 10 to 15,000 is a lot. So doing the streams and people being channel members and super chats, like, that basically keeps it going. So just thank you to the people out there doing it, and obviously thanks to the people that watch. That helps too. But it allows me to take the time between episodes I need to hopefully save you time for those that just want to watch the episodes in their edited fashion. So, since last being down, I thought I would just show this area. So this is the transport hub that I built in the previous video. So largely the same as the other one, slightly different layout, just slightly on the top bit. And it has drones at the back. So the idea is that this place is also doing... Oh yeah, the nice thing about this place is I've got a bit of extra sign work going on. I didn't finish it completely, but the idea was to have a bit more like warning signs for the drones that are going to be flying in. And then there's actually like little lights and things on the outside of this one. There's also a light strip on the building itself going around. So that's kind of nice too. So I was just experimenting and playing around with that before I then decided that I would have to build another one somewhere else. So if we hop downstairs really quickly, this is the first sort of road I've just built. And then it goes in, and this transport hub only has truck stations on one side, not on both sides. So it's just on this side. And then in here is just kind of like the management aspect and how to get upstairs and downstairs. Whereas in this new one I've built, you do that inside the very middle. You get up and down. So very similar to the other one, but just slightly different. Slightly outdated, I would say. This is like the 1.0 version. Actually, this is 2.0, so the new one's really 3.0. But anyway, yeah, so that's this transport hub. So nothing too crazy. Nice signs and stuff to kind of say, like, yeah, don't be parking here. Watch yourself. We've got the trucks going up and down. We've got iron coming in here. Copper and Caterium is all being brought into this place to be used later. So this is what we built in the previous stream last Monday. Built this little miner hutch thing out here. So there's 2 iron mines in here. They're stalled at the moment because nothing's taking away the iron ore just yet. And then there's a bunch more in here. So this truck station is telling us that there's actually 8 mines hooked up, 1,200 resources per minute, and the round trip for the trucks that are picking things up takes 2 minutes, 20 seconds. There's only one truck doing it. And this is bay number 1. So we built all this in the last episode. Looks decent, looks okay. Could be a little smoother, but pretty good for what it has to do. You know, it's just a little McDonald's looking building that effectively just hoovers up a bunch of iron from a lot of different miners. So then underneath the transport hub itself, I put on all these like pillars and supports. And then here, oh yeah, the proper way to get into the transport hub is actually to walk along that bridge and go upstairs. But this is one of the Caterium mines around the back. So this is bay number 2. And this is doing 600 resources per minute. Oh, numbers aren't updated here. This has 1 truck on it as well. And the journey time is 4 minutes 10, and it has 2 pickups. So this truck goes to 2 different places. So it actually goes... Oh, here it is right now. Don't kill me. Yeah, so it's obviously going to be pretty much full up because I'm not carrying this stuff away just yet. So that's going to load up, drop everything upstairs to the transport hub, but it's actually picking stuff up as well from over there. That's the other destination it hits. So it grabs stuff from over there. So the 2 stops combined, I've worked out with the time involved, both doing 600 is 1,200. And the stack can take, I think the truck station can take 4,800, I want to say, something like that. So it can easily keep moving in that time. It's cutting it close though, to be fair. Oops, I actually did that. Whoops, my bad. I'm sorry. Okay. Anyway, so it seems to be enough time, but if I really needed to, I could put a second truck on that route. So yeah, and then there's the third route. Yeah, I didn't call it McDonald's, but when someone said that, I can't unsee that now. The third route is out this way, so we'll just have a look at that real quick. And this is the copper route. So basically, truck drives along here and ends up joining up here. Oh yeah. So I built all of this area as well. So there's 2 copper mines down here. 1 truck is on that route. Gathers all the stuff down here, bay number 5. And it has a second destination, which is over there. I think it actually has 3 destinations, thinking about it. We'll get there just in a sec. This is what I was busy doing all this week, you know? I do put a lot of time into, like, think of how long it took me to build all these, drive the routes, hook everything up. God damn, it took me a long time. And that's why I didn't have an episode this week, because it's just too busy gathering all the resources. So this one's in place now. It has 1 truck on it. And it's doing 300 per minute. It's copper as well. That needs a new number because it's not bay number 1 anymore. And then this goes out here. Yeah. Can't remember how you get out here, actually. I think you just drive along there and then you go up or something. Can't quite remember how I did it. But there's 2 copper deposits here as well. Oh no, it's just one. Yeah, it's just one actually. This is 300 per minute, copper 1 truck, bay number 7. And it goes around that way. So these 2 have to be torn down and, you know, upgraded to make them look like the ones that I've just put down now. I want them to all look like their little McDonald's. This one's doing iron. This is actually kind of separate because it doesn't go to the transport hub, it goes to the screw factory. So it's a little different anyway. But that's kind of everything I wanted to show down here. This is all the, you know, different area that's changed since last time you would have seen it. So basically this is new. The road that's behind that screw factory is new, and then everything kind of underneath the transport hub and the roof of the transport hub has been upgraded now and done. So a few different things that have happened there. So let's just drive on over to the motor factory. Have a quick look at that place before we move then through the progression. So that big iron cube, that concrete cube over there, that is the first factory I ever built, and that's why it looks like trash. Screw factory was pretty cool, but then I actually chopped the floor away, so now it looks weird. The second factory I ever built was the steel one. Oh no, actually it was the copper one, but the copper one's gone. Second standing factory still is the steel one, so that looks pretty good still. I think it's a nice, quaint little building. And then things started getting more and more ambitious the more I did. So the next one was the motor factory. So let's go take a quick look at that one. Let me read the chat though, I missed a little bit there. Where's Anno episode? I mean, an Anno episode came out 2 days ago and then a day before that. So that's where they are. There's no more right now. Probably in another day or 2. I did play Satisfactory through Epic, but now I play through Steam. I bought the game on Epic, and then they sent me a Steam code when it came to Steam. This is the motor factory. I think it's a humble 15 motors per minute, which I've actually never used anywhere. I use the motors to obviously build small things, but it's never been used in any actual factory. I'm going to start from the far side, because it looks best out this way. When you complete the in-game playtime and complete the series time that Darren posted on YouTube, it comes to somewhere a 1 to 10 ratio between the time invested and what we see. Yeah, that's true. So currently, although it's getting longer, if you know what I mean, the time between episodes is taking longer and longer because more and more stuff needs to be done that you've already seen before, the further I go in. Whereas at the beginning, the first 10 episodes is 10 hours, but it probably was only like 30 or 40 hours of game time. Now the gap is widening. We're getting close to 400 hours. And on YouTube there's 57 hours of content, so anyway, yeah, that's the motor factory from the outside. Never changed since. I really like it. It's like that modular, weird looking building because of the terrain around it. And I'm hoping to do something like that for the next supercomputer factory, so have a more natural looking building. I like the new ones I built and everything, but I want to go back to this style of building in and around the terrain. Anyway, yeah, so we've got our iron miners, I think, on this side, and on the far side out that window, that little area over there, that's where all the copper is brought up. So we have the logistics floor. It's the first time I ever built a logistics floor, actually, which is what I use in pretty much all my builds now. And effectively what that's doing is just ferrying all the iron up to a floor above, which is where we have all our smelters. So another lesson learned in this build was that I didn't really have a great way of getting around it. And that's probably my biggest weakness in factory building, is finding a good plan to be able to move around places. But I feel like I've gotten better with the latest one. So anyway, yeah, all of that smelting is done there. And then the copper is just done out in this area. We'll just hop over this real quick. So the copper miner is in this little hut down below. And that gets smelted immediately in here, and then the ingots go up a floor to get made and pressed into wires. All of these little... This was huge for the first time I built it, by the way. I remember thinking like, oh my god, this build is so massive. All these different rooms. But now it's like not that big at all. Yep. All this iron then... Or sorry, wire goes up this way. The iron goes up this way. There's a nice way to kind of visualize what you're making on a particular floor by feeding it up to the floor above. So we'll go up to the floor above now. That's the next logistics floor. So we'll just skip that, go to screw production. Now we just got a room full of, you know, constructors making screws, and then you can see again our screws going up another floor. Pretty simple. No lights in any of this place, so it's good to be here during the day. Our little outdoor balcony area for a smoke break. Logistics floor, this is a combination of the logistics for the foundries and for what's up on top. So the foundries are making steel, mixing coal. That's what we saw that bridge in the distance over that way for. That was, it brings coal in from over there. Coal mixed with the iron makes our steel. Steel gets put into steel pipes. We then make, I think, rotors, I think there. Then this is making stators, and then the rotors and stators together combine to make motors in these three assemblers. And that all goes then into an awesome sink to be evaporated into nothing, into this box. And that's basically it. So that's the motor factory. 15 motors per minute, top to bottom. Smoking isn't healthy, no. I don't smoke. And you shouldn't either, but you're all free to do what you want. Alright, so that's the motor factory. We're going to get moving now, drive back up the coast. We saw the oil processing plant, so we'll go next now maybe to the fused frame factory, and then we'll come back down to the aluminum factory to actually improve it. Hey, I've got a question. When I try to connect the cable from a machine directly to the wall, whoops, or to the ceiling, there isn't always a pole. Not the small wall connector thing. So I can't build it directly. I have to always put it down first. So, in your hotbar, if you press number 1 for a power line, you do not get a connector. You only get a connection if you've already clicked a connector and are coming off of it. So that's why. That's probably why, I would assume. So if you go like this, then you can go like this again. But if I was to click out of that and now just select a power line on my hotbar, I don't have the connector. So that's why. It's a bit inconsistent for the game to do this way, but that's just the way it does it. Hope that answers the question. Darren does a ton of drugs and alcohol. Tells us we can't smoke. I am a big proponent of the marijuana, but it ain't legal here in the UK. Gotta go to Amsterdam to get my fix. Everyone knows all the cool kids do it. Yeah, I smoked a lot of weed back in my day. I just like it to help me sleep. It's the main thing I like it for. Genuinely. Smoke it at night, eat a gummy or something. Have a really good sleep that way. Anyway, do you have an idea how long it'll be till you start working on nuclear power? It's a huge project, just curious though. No, not sure, because I need to do a couple of things first. Nuclear power for me will come after I do a supercomputer and computer factory, so that's the next thing I'm doing. It's the very next thing. After that, I'll probably make a battery factory, because I want to get drones automated. The reason I want drones automated is because they're going to carry uranium for me. Every uranium deposit is going to be a drone pad. There's only 3 in the game, I think, right? So they'll carry the uranium into the nuclear power plant. So if I want to do that, I need to ultimately get batteries going first. And if I want batteries and stuff, I need computers and things. So that's the chain of events. So batteries, supercomputers slash computers slash circuit boards slash high-speed connectors. Everything computer related is going in one big factory, the next build. Where the hell am I, by the way? Okay. And then after that's batteries. And then after that it's nuclear. Because I will run out of power doing that actually anyway. So I'll need a new power source at that point. So how long is that going to take? I have no idea. 3 normal, 1 impure. Oh, so there's 4? Okay, cool. Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea what it takes to make nuclear yet. I haven't looked at it yet. We've unlocked the milestone, but I still haven't looked at it. People have been warning me like it can be dangerous and stuff. Like you don't want to mess up. So I was thinking also another thing I'd probably want to do is make like automate to some degree the filter masks, the radioactive ionized filters, whatever they're called. Probably wise to automate that just in case we have an issue. So yeah, and then we'll tackle nuclear. But I look forward to it. It's going to be a real big deal, big project. Why do you need supercomputers before batteries? Well, what does it take to make a battery? Let me see. No, I guess I don't. I just don't. It wasn't supercomputers itself. I thought I needed circuit boards, but I guess I don't. So I had an old factory, just so in the God, man, I'm losing my mind today. Over in the distance, we just drove by my old computer factory. So I used to have a factory that made computers, circuit boards, supercomputers, and high-speed connectors, but at a very, very low rate, like less than 1 per minute for everything. Very slow. There's only 4 or 5 manufacturers there. So I recently just tore that all down because it simply wasn't enough and the space wasn't big enough. So the factory still stands, but everything inside of it's gone, and I'm going to build a new one. So that's just something I need to do because there's a dependency that's not working anymore. Excuse me. Crystal oscillators and radio control units, for me, require computers. The radio control units do. And I tore down the computer supply. Like it was working and I just got rid of it. So that has to come next. I gotta build that back. That alternate recipe looked OP. I'll have a look at it now. What is this? This is sulfuric acid alumina solution. I've never made either. Well, I've made alumina, I guess. And that's battery. That's the standard recipe. So the alternate is sulfur, so you don't have to do the acid. Which is just mixing it with water, so whatever. 250 per minute. And that's 5 and 5 needed. Okay. 45 per minute. And then alclad aluminum sheets. I make 500 of these, so I actually have that at the ready to go. I've got some plastic ready to go. I don't know how much. 60 per minute is needed. Jesus. To make 4 batteries. And then 12 wire. I don't even have a copper factory, because we just tore it down. So there's a bunch of things I need to redo. So yeah. Have I played Factorio before? Yeah, I love Factorio. I'm not very good at it though. Looking forward to sitting down tonight watching the Riftbreaker episode you dropped. Love that game. Thanks. Yeah, so do I. I think it's great. What single player games are you playing right now? What do you have in the backlog till the end of the year? I'm playing Octopath Traveler 2. And I think it's awesome. Really, really good. If you like JRPGs, it might be one of the best ones I've ever played. So I really, really like it. That being said, I don't have the biggest repertoire of JRPGs in my back pocket, but I've played a decent amount of them. But yeah, I'm loving it. What else? Just before that, I was playing Final Fantasy VII Remake, because I actually never finished it. I only played like the first little bit of it. Other games I got on my backlog is always, I'm like 2 years behind everyone pretty much. So I've got Ghost of Tsushima downloaded, ready to go. I've got Horizon Forbidden West downloaded, ready to go. So those are 2 I'm looking to play. If we're talking wider backlog, there's loads of games I was thinking of playing recently. Dishonored 2, never played it. BioShock Infinite, never played it. I know the ending though, unfortunately it was spoiled for me actually right when it came out, so I just ended up never playing it. Where am I going, by the way? Oh yeah, the Fused Frame Factory. Cool. Oh, I've dropped a crate somewhere. Oh, nice. I'll have to go pick that up in future. I hate seeing crates on the compass. What else? Yeah, that's pretty much it. I also just recently bought a, like, racing wheel. A Logitech G29, so it's an old one. It's not, like, crazy advanced or anything. It's been out for a while. But I just recently got one, and I was playing Dirt Rally with that, and a little bit more Snow Runner. So that's pretty much everything I've been playing recently. And that's on my mind. So as soon as I'm done Octopath, I'm probably going to play something like Ghost of Tsushima. I've just always been meaning to get to it, and I never have. And me and Rose have been playing Overcooked lately. We're playing through the DLCs, so Overcooked 2. So we're playing the Surf and Turf DLC at the moment. We finished the main game. I want to get a platinum in that. Every PlayStation 5 game I play, I'm trying to get a platinum in, so I take a while with them. That alt is actually insane. The alt battery is better. It's so funny that you guys say that, because I'm such an idiot, I guess, because I never get it, why people think these things. People are like, oh, this is so much better. Is it? Why is it? Just because you don't have to do casing. Is that why? You don't have to do a luminous solution in casing. I suppose that's the biggest thing it's cutting out. You just have the alclad sheets. That's probably the big thing, right? Because this is dependent on bauxite a lot more. Although you need a lot of these. 52.5 per minute. Luckily, I've got 500 per minute. Almost 500. Still. Anyways. Oh, I've got no hypertube here yet. Better rates. Alright. I believe you guys, by the way. Do you like the changes in the next update? Yeah, I think it looks awesome. Like, really, really good. I wasn't too stoked on the update at first. I kind of thought, like, oh, it's an engine change. That's cool. That's great. But probably not going to expect much in terms of content. And then they're just, like, every week, they're just banging out, like, quality... all these nice quality of life features that really, I think, are going to, like, stack up to be quite significant over time. Thank you very much, Preston. Appreciate people becoming channel members. It really does help a lot. I was saying before, a channel membership, even at the Tribune level, which I think is $1.99 if you're US dollars, is equivalent to something like about 1,000 views for me. So you make your viewership go really far with it. So I do appreciate that. I'm up to date with your Satisfactory content, but I'm behind on Ixion. Fantastically brutal, unforgiving game. I love it, but damn, it's hard. Yeah, so people scared me a lot with saying how difficult the game was going to be. So unfortunately, that series is quite slow paced because I'm really conservative in how I'm playing. I'm like being really cautious all the time, thinking like any next minute it's going to just suddenly become really difficult. So I'd say I got through it without too much difficulty, but just because I was playing it so cautiously, and it ended up making the series kind of slow. But I loved it. I thought the game was so cool. I hope they do more in that like world and that style of game. A trickle here, trickle there, trickle on in. I love Coffee Stain. Yeah, they're great. And their community managers seem really friendly, really nice. And the way they just make videos, like if I used to be a community manager, but there was no way you'd be allowed to do that kind of thing. But that's the way it should be. You should just be able to talk to people, the good and the bad. I think it's easy when you're reporting on good stuff all the time, right? They seem like a good company. They're not doing anything that's shady or annoying. And they have budgets just like anyone else, but it doesn't feel like they're skimping out on the game or anything. I guess they have that indie energy. Whereas the company I came from is just a bigger company, and if they're, you know, it's hard to say, hey guys, we're charging for blood now, you know, as a DLC. And we've got like pre-order stuff. You know, it's hard to do that and not have people hate you for it. I never got any hate my way, but I guess that's why those companies can't like just sit down in their bedroom and go, hey, here's this week's video. These are the changes coming. Here's what we're doing. You have to like obfuscate everything and try to always spin things positively. Anyway, I digress. This is the fused frame factory. So I'm really happy with this one. I think it's the best one I've done yet. I've been updating it still, even between episodes. It's not quite done, but it's almost done. The back still isn't on it yet. But this factory is basically broken down between imports, exports, and gas. So there's excess gas. If you want to ever send it somewhere, I can do that via rail. I don't know if I'll ever have to, but just in case. And then basically everything was color-coded in this factory to do with either red or blue, sometimes purple if they merge. So anything coming into the factory is blue, anything going out is red. So we've got blue floors and red floors. The blue floors are the logistics. This is the things that are going into the factory, and the red floors are the things that make things that go out. So if we go up to, we're on floor 1 right now, train station, but if we go to floor 3, refinement and construction, we've got, as you can see, I like to think anyway, I've done better with traversal, right? There's just a hypertube network at the front of the building that can take us around to every single floor. And you can always go up one or down one as well. So on each floor, we've basically just got rows and rows of machines. I'll read the chat in just a sec. Just want to explain this real quick. Rows of machines all doing their respective thing. They're all numbered correctly. They should all be pretty much at 100%, or if they're not, it's because they've overproduced, not underproduced at least. Yep, the refineries are all here. They have their chimney stacks poking out for good ventilation, of course. And unfortunately, one of the things I still need to do in this place is add lights. Becoming nighttime now, so it's going to be a little tougher to see. This is one of the logistics floors. So if we want to go out to the rooftop maintenance area, we can. You can see inside, we've got the chimney stacks there for us to look at. And this is the way into the station from down here. So I really like the look of this factory. I'm like super happy with it. I think it's great. A lot of the factories I look back on, I'm like, no, this isn't good. This needs to be improved, blah, 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 blah. But this one, I'm actually getting to the point where I'm like pretty happy with it. There's still little bits to be done. Clean away some of the poles, add some lights, like I said. But other than that, pretty happy. Let's go up to the top floor. Yeah, when I've watched people play Ixion, they don't tend to pause it. They just play through and then they say that it's really difficult. It's like it's a management game. Ultimately, you're kind of supposed to pause it. Right, let's go up to the top floor. Actually, I'll just show you the logistics of this second floor. It's mental if you haven't seen it before. It's crazy. The amount of belts and things that had to be worked on in here. So basically what this place does is 20... Is it 20? No, 16 fused frames per minute and 20 heavy modular frames per minute. So when I color-coded things, basically the blue lines are material coming in and the red lines are material going out. And I saw someone on Satisfactory Reddit this week say, hey, I've got a great idea for color coding my belts. Now, I'm probably not the first to ever do this, but I've never seen anyone else do it. And a lot of people were like, that's such a good idea. Color coding your belt so you know which way the belt direction is going at a glance. And then, you know, you can appropriately color code things whether they're going in or out. And I was like, yeah, it is really good. It's a pretty good... it's better than I ever thought it would have been. And it works throughout the factory. Not to say like, oh, I did such a great job or anything, but I was like, oh, when I started doing this, I was like, yeah, this does make sense. Like, this is actually really good. I surprised myself with how efficient it was. And then sometimes when a red becomes a blue, it goes into a purple line briefly. And then you get to see the amount. These are the number of the machines, like row 1 to 6, wire 1 to 15, how much it's doing, the target it's doing anyway. And then you can kind of work out how things are getting delivered. So I just found it to be a really... When things get crazy, like you can see how many, just so many belts there are everywhere. I needed to do this. Otherwise, I'd never be able to look back on this in like, you know, another 100 hours time and say like, what's going on? I just wouldn't know. But this way I can track everything really easily on these floors. And it's really easy to come back to and understand where things are going and why things are the way they were. When this factory was built, there was a couple issues. You know, 1 or 2 little belts weren't getting the right thing, and I was able to trace it so quickly. So anyway, what I'm saying is that person clearly watched my video and didn't give me the credit. Or they just had the same idea I did at the same time. Roughly around the same time. Alright, let's go up to the top floor. I'll have to put that hypertube in here at some point. But yeah, this is where it starts to fall apart, where I haven't finished everything just yet. Buildings are also colored based on what they make. I took like the RGB value of a part of like this icon and then just applied it. It was kind of like a bluey, steely, purpley color. But yeah, look at that. Green lights across the board. That's what you want to see. And then the occasional white light for overclocking. 157%, 0.14 EB30, encased beam 30. Boom. So yeah, I'm loving it. And then I actually had more space than I needed because I might in future put down... There's like fused frames can go into something else. Oh, I can't remember what it's called though, but it's a... It looks like a compression cube or something like that. So I might have room for more machines there that'll take in more nitrogen gas. Thank you about the labeling. Yeah, it takes a very long time to get your labeling down, but it actually needs to be done because when you go downstairs, I need to know, okay, there might be different belts for each row, or sometimes where it gets really messy. I'll just show really quickly because it's worth seeing. I need to go down 1 floor. Take this one down. Yeah, so what happens sometimes is a row will travel along like this, but then it curls around and goes to another row, but not all the way. So we've got an X to let me know, like, this is where this row ends. And these are the machines it's servicing, 1 to 22. Whereas this is doing 30 to 23. So it really helps. When you see a flickering yellow light up above and you're like, oh, number 23 is like having an issue. Why is that, you know? I'm able to trace it pretty quickly. So I'll definitely do this. I'll never not be able to do it this way because it's just too helpful. I'm not putting my world out for download, not anytime soon anyway, but maybe when I finish the game. This slot can be used for future input. Yeah, so that was another thing where all the belts travel up this way, and I've got belts in place with nothing on them, just in case I ever want to bring some more stuff up. So future-proofing as well, I think, is a good idea. So when people were saying like, oh, your factories look good and everything, this is the one factory I think does look good, except for that section there. It hasn't been done yet. The back has not been done yet. But in terms of inside and outside, I think it's coming along very nicely. I'm very happy with it. And it's spacious. I think that was another thing that helped. Because when you make those little mistakes and you end up needing to put some more things down, having that extra space really does help. And then there's another thing I did was in the floors, I occasionally put down glass floors so I could actually see the belts underneath. And I think doing that every now and then, rather than having whole glass floors, is better. Tends to look a bit better. So yeah, so that's the fuse frame factory. Right, we're going to go over and improve the aluminum factory. I won't bother boring you and showing you the crystal oscillator factory. It's good, but not as good as this one, so we'll leave it on a high. Anyway, got any issues with the amount of signs you have? No. People said like, oh, too many signs will cause FPS issues. Maybe that's the case. I don't know why that would be. My guess is if you've got too many signs that do this, if you've got too many signs with high emission strength, that causes screen space reflections on your screen. It causes lens flare, but also screen space reflections. So you'll see a reflection. Now it's screen space reflections, which is how you know, see the way it only appears when I see it? It's because it's a very simple graphical translation of where this is. So it's just taking the position of this on your screen and flipping it. But if you don't look at it, the game doesn't know it's there, or your GPU doesn't know it's there, because it's not true reflections. It's screen space. That's what screen space means. Anyways, I think if you had a bunch of these in lots of places, that's why people say and report that they get a frame rate drop, because it's duplicating the light from this and then, you know, making it look realistic or whatever. Whereas the signs that I use have almost no emission strength. And there's no reflective surfaces in those rooms. So they're not causing me any issue. Now, I could be wrong. It's just a hypothesis. But I would assume if people are reporting frame rate drops due to signs, that would be why. And I'm not getting them. And I have concrete, not coated concrete, and I don't have high emissions. So that could be why. But I don't know. That's my guess. Yeah, the signs being animated in the backgrounds, that could be a little taxing, maybe. I wouldn't have thought so. Not too much. Oh my god, we're gonna autosave in midair here. I suppose if you had like a lot of them, maybe. But the way the signs work in the game, I actually don't. It's just a texture that's moving, and it's actually relatively easy on your GPU to do that. Jesus, this nearly killed me. Alright, let's try finish up this factory. So, this factory is my aluminum factory. It's supposed to be making 1500 aluminum casing per minute and 500 alclad. It's actually under strength though. It's at about 80% productivity right now because it's not getting enough bauxite. And I think it's short on quartz just a little bit. There's another bauxite mine up there that we can just tap into and then we'll be fine. But I was thinking while we're here, while I've got time now, I'd like to finish doing this factory. So I've got another 30 minutes. So for the next 30 minutes, we're just going to put the walls on this bad boy and the roof and try to clean it up a bit. So I'm just going to put down a personal box and just get rid of some of the stuff I don't want to carry. Alright, so let's just pick this up. Anything I'm going to need in terms of windows and signs, power. Alright, and then we can just take a bunch of concrete. And my jetpack, I guess jetpack fuel would be good. Alright, let's get cracking. Whatever train station up there, this side is kind of done. We've got some clipping and stuff here. There's nothing needed for this part of the factory. So this is really just the roof. But we'll just, yeah, it was supposed to have a decent recycling area. Oh my god, I nearly died again. Be careful with that, actually. Getting kind of low. In fact, there's some nuts and things over here, wasn't there? Nuts. Alright. Anyway, did you ever start using drones for your new transport hub? No, because I need to get batteries. I need to make a battery factory. So I literally just talked about that, how I'm doing a computer factory next and then a battery factory, and that's so I can get drones, and then drones will allow me to get the uranium and stuff that's in awkward positions like up here. So building towards it, built a second transport hub over here now, so it's a new one, and it's got drone ports ready to go, so it's just a matter of making the batteries and delivering them up here. Alright, is this a big enough area to handle recycling? Maybe. Let's just expand it out. Oh, I could leave it a foundation for. I thought maybe some cars or something might go under there one day, but it doesn't look like they ever will. It still gives enough room to do it if they needed to. If a car ever needed to go under here and go out there. But I'm building roads everywhere, so I don't think it's ever going to have to happen. Alright. So, let's continue our... Oh, I need plastic. Don't know if I've got any, actually. Alright. Hang on just one second. Just changing the music real quick. Alright, let me catch the chat. Is the world before this on YouTube already? Like, so I could catch up. Sorry for taking so long to reply, but yeah, so there's basically... So here's... To keep things kind of simple. This is all on YouTube. There's 57 episodes. Each one is an hour long. I would almost recommend, if you didn't want to start from the very beginning, going with something like episode 15, around that mark. That's where things start to kind of get a bit interesting again. It's passive content. I kind of generally advise watching it while you play the game or something like that yourself. I like to think the episodes are good, but obviously it is long. It's 57 hours at the moment. And in that 57 hours, I basically take you on a journey where I build an iron refinery, then steel, then motor, then sulfur, then screw, and I stay in this rough locale for a long time. Eventually then, I work my way over to here to get coal power going, build a big coal rig, what I call in the water, a big kind of tower block of power. And then eventually I go out here and I start working on oil. Oil is next. Oil is a huge facility that is built up over many episodes. Quartz was then done in parallel to that, so it's kind of done at the same time. Then I start venturing further up the map and I built aluminum refinery next. That took... The episodes start to get bigger and longer around this time because aluminum would take like 5 hours in terms of just raw video that ended up being on YouTube. It obviously took like 15 behind the scenes, but about 5 in terms of edited. So that took multiple episodes to get done. I have to go source the bauxite. So I've got bauxite extraction. So all these little worker man symbols, that's where I have those little mining huts. So copper extraction, all these little extractor sites. And then the bigger things are the actual refineries and the factories. These ones are the radars. And then, of course, the vehicles are moving around. So, yep, that was then done. Then after the aluminum refinery, the next one was the crystal oscillator factory. After that one, then I just got done doing fused frame factory. Then I took a little break. I decided that I needed a lot more resources for the next build, which required coming back down here and building what I call a transport hub. That then required building all these extractors to feed... So the trucks act like the veins that supply the arteries that are the rail lines, and the rail lines are the arteries that carry the resources to their factories, which are the organs of the map, if you will. And we've got a big organ coming in, and that's the supercomputer factory, so we're making sure all the veins are delivering what they need to the arteries so they can deliver what they need to our big organ. And I'm just going to use that analogy. There you go. So yeah, it's a lot to get through, but I like to think it's actually a pretty good series. Especially if you're new to the game, it'll kind of show you the basics. Because I came into the game with some understanding of it, having played it a little before, but I hadn't played it in a while. So I then start to really learn things around episode 10 to 15, and get a lot better at the game, and kind of go a lot quicker. And then people who stuck with it and made it that far are saying like, "Oh, it's so good! Like seeing now how much you've improved and looking back on your old work, and now people are like learning from me a little bit." So that's kind of cool. I'm just blocking this out as a big concrete thing, and then we can put the windows and stuff in it afterwards. Building a satisfactory world with a buddy. But yeah, like I said, so hopefully update 8 they say is going to come out in June, they think, right? So it's not confirmed 100% yet, but they think they're aiming for June. So let's say the very last day of June, it's probably when it's going to be. And if that's the date they end up hitting, I'll probably start running a multiplayer server for the game. So it'll be pretty cool. There'll probably be something like 10 slots, 10 to 12 slots. And channel members will get first dibs if we can fill it up. There isn't really a limit to how many players you can put in, because classically there's actually only space for 4 players in the game. But if you change a config file, you could just put in as many as you want, but it might be less stable. So we could increase it to even more. But it would be cool to have a big world going in the Discord at the same time. Oh, and then I talked about it in the previous stream I've done. But I'm going to be doing a series called Fix My Factory. And probably in the next episode I'll mention this. You can send in your save with a factory that has a problem, or is a mess, like isn't very organized, or is both, and I'll fix it for you and send it back to you. I think it could be a cool series. It just depends if people are able to send me good saves or not, you know? So it's like, and it has to be stuff from before tier 8, at least at first, until I get to tier 8, and then I can help you out with that. But I won't be able to fix anyone's nuclear power, you know, because I don't have that. But I think that could be quite cool. So I'll basically have a kind of a video where it's like, hey, today we're checking out Drunk Dwarf's factory. And there'll be a little form you can fill in. You'll do it through my website. So you just submit it through the website, and you say, like, what's the problem? And what do you want me to do? Or something like that. Something really basic, like one line. And it'll just get sent to my email, basically. And I'll say, like, oh, they want, like, their blah 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 factory is running a deficit, or they don't have enough power and they need this kind of help, and then I'll do it and then send it back out to you guys. And that way, if people ever get burnt out with the game, just send it in to old Darren. He'll sort it out for you. He'll fix your factory. I just hope it doesn't quite create like an insane amount of work for myself, because I worry that some people will be like, oh, I've got one belt, fix my factory. And it's like, gonna need to work with a little more than that. Probably will want to diagnose the issues a bit better. Alright, let's go with blueprints. And now that we've got blueprints and things, I feel like I can fix people's stuff even quicker. Missing steel. I don't think I've actually got any. I do. Anyway, don't tell any other YouTuber. Don't tell that guy Bits. He'll steal it. I know it. I joke, but he will. They'll all steal it. Just you wait. So I probably shouldn't say anything, but until the first one's at least out. But I'll be doing it this week, so it's close enough now. Those damn YouTubers and their hustle. Oh yeah, fix Let's Game It Out's factory? That'd be funny. It doesn't need fixing, his is perfect. Something I did have break on me in this factory, and it's one reason I actually stopped building it. It got me very upset with it, was that the lights stopped working, because I think they were too close together or something. Like the wall-mounted lights just gave up. Huh. Okay. So yeah, I made this, what I thought was like quite a cool design. Hallway light. So it's a light that just sits perfectly snug in a one foundation tile, you know? And it looked great when it came on, but the more I added, then they all just kind of powered off. Or went hollow, if that makes sense. Like you could see like the light rays, but not actually the light hitting off anything. And it was a real shame, because it was like, oh, I designed this whole factory with these like linear hallways for those lights, and now I can't put the lights in, so it's like, that sucks. But oh crap, this needs to be a foundation 1. You make good use of blueprints. I still need to get to that. I feel like I could be better, but thank you. I feel like when you start really thinking of blueprints, you're like, well, I could just really do everything in blueprints, like almost everything. Alright, so that's that done. So, I don't like the way these walls clip through, so what we're going to have to do with that is basically... Can we fly in here? Is just put in these little ones. And this doesn't need to be there either. This will just prevent it being really annoying on the other side, so yeah. If there's going to be windows here, they don't need basic wall 4, they need just basic wall 1 twice. And it'll look just as good. Now, I'm not actually even sure. Maybe I won't paint it just yet, because I don't know what roof type I even want just yet. We'll just block out the factory, get the windows in, know where everything is going to be, and then decide that. Just realized this wall doesn't even really need to be here either. So, it's going to be our walkway. Wraps around to here. Now we just have this area at the end of the factory that's for some reason bigger. Don't really know why. That's why I paused for a bit when I first looked at it. Alright. Harm in having... I guess a stairway or something that leads downstairs would be good. But to do that I need 3x3, not... Yeah, so it would actually have to come out even 1 tile more. Maybe. I don't know. I'll just put this in for now then. Would you take a factory I've made and make a building for it? Yeah, totally. Yeah, it'll be in my next video. I'll mention it. I'll tell people the link and where to go. And then in the next stream, I'll tell people the link and then... compass roof at the back. That's funny. Yeah, then I'll tell people like where you can submit your saves if you want me to go through your factory and like fix it and make a video on it. And then I'll just have to pick and choose ones that I think will work as a video. Because I don't want it to be like a super, super long video. I want it to be kind of more edited and snappy and a bit interesting. It's like, hey, here's a problem. Here's how we solve the problem. Hopefully I do it in a way that's entertaining and interesting to look at. And then that'll be it. Alright, so let me see. What kind of gaps did I use on these windows? Is it just a one tile gap each time? It seems like it. Okay. If that's the case, then we'll just carve this out. I might go one tile further then. Oh my god. Sorry about that, but we're gonna have to get rid of this wall. If you would start over, would you choose the same places for your factories? What would you do different? Still the same order of production lines? Yeah. Well, so I chose to start down a grassy field. So I think ultimately I would have probably built the same down here. The things I probably would do different is I'd probably build a road really early on. And a train line really early on. Like, just dedicate an area where it's like, we're going to build a combined train and road. And you see some people do that. I think that's a good way of doing things. So the train line will be like 3 or 4 foundations in width. So nice and thick, lots of space. And then underneath it, or above it, whatever, a road for trucks to travel. And that way you sort of have this combined logistics sort of thing. That you can transport anything anywhere. That stays relatively out of the way. That'd probably be something I would have done. I feel like the earlier you do that, the more it pays off in the long run for space. Another thing is I probably would have just built bigger even early on. I know you don't have that many materials, but just investing the extra time into building a little bit bigger at the beginning gives you room to expand when you finally do get the power or whatever you're waiting on to do that. It wouldn't really have changed the order of what I build or where I'm at even now. It just would have... it would have sped up the whole process because I would have wasted time sometimes adding on little bits to the factory and stuff like that. And I feel like if you just did it in all one big go, because you know how big it's going to be and you know what you're going to need. Also, I only really started working out calculations properly in this game too late. So I'm just better at the game now. Like, I know how to work out the rates of certain machines, and I would probably aim to try and keep everything always running, actually. Central storage is a good idea, I think, too. I still haven't even got one. I don't mind running around getting my stuff. I don't have to do it that often, but I know that the more things there are in the game to use to build, the more inevitably you're going to have to start running back and forth. And that's starting to become apparent. It's like, well, I didn't have to go to many places when I only needed steel, for instance, but now that I need radio control units to build machines, I need modular frames, I need heavy modular frames, sometimes even fused frames. Now you need all these different things in your back pocket all the time. It makes more sense to bring them to you rather than for you to go get them. What I would probably do and advise people to do is, instead of actually, and it'd be an interesting thing, I don't know if it would work, but instead of having a dedicated storage, I would actually have a train go around the map with whatever you need on it, and just always have it just looping around. So you know, like, okay, in a minute the train's gonna come by that has all my stuff on, like everything I need. So I'll just go to a nearby station and get it. I don't know if that'd be a good idea or not, but I'd probably like to do that. Because at the end of the day, you still have to go to your central storage, right? If you've got one storage area, maybe you could have multiple, like, I suppose, actually, that'd probably be a good idea. But if you've got one storage area here in the middle of the map, and I'm all the way up here, I still gotta go to it. Whereas I like the idea of somehow the resources coming to you. For you to just pick up. It's like, oh, I've got a train that rolls around with, you know, iron plates on it. And a train that rolls around with all this other stuff on it. Like, you could have, 7 or 8 carriages, and it doesn't matter if it's picking up multiple of the same thing or different objects, because it's not unloading anywhere. It's just for you to use. So it's like a mobile storage container. I like the idea of doing that. Hey, Stuart Green. Or just Stuart, I guess. Alright, we're taking shape. We're throwing shapes and taking shape. This is a bit weird. Maybe could we come out one more? That might make more sense. So that, yeah. Hello, friend. Got 12 bullets. I shot his projectile out of the air. Rather annoyingly, if it goes all the way out to here, the windows are going to be not quite aligned correctly. Oh well, just have to do it, I think. I hooked all the items to a drone port so I can just call a drone for any item I need anywhere. Oh, that's cool, yeah. But how can you just call a drone anywhere? You need... Oh, so you just throw down a drone port, hook it to power, and then tell it to bring you something? I guess I don't really fully understand how drones work. I thought like they only go from one place to another, so I don't know how you could reroute them, I guess. Yep, that's where your saves are stored. Yeah, you just throw a drone port down and then just tell the one. So you have... Okay, so yeah, you just have a bunch of drone ports that are idle. That's great, yeah, that's a good idea. That are idle. They have no destination. And then you throw down a port wherever you are. Hook it to power. And tell the screw one to come to you when you need screws or whatever. Or whatever it might be. Yeah, that's cool. That's a good idea. Yeah, that seems like a good solution then. Because that really is then. As long as you've got power with you, which you should. Wherever you really are. You can get any item you want. Good idea. Yeah, so central drone bay might be a good idea for the future. How do you guys find... I'm surprised because people say like make loads of drones, but doesn't it take a lot to make batteries? When I looked at it at first, I was like, geez. Like they really get through batteries pretty quickly. It didn't seem all that reasonable to make them for that many things because I was like, oh, drones take a lot of resources. Am I wrong in thinking that? The sulfur isn't like that common, is it? The hell does this go this way for? Yeah, I don't know what's happening in here. The staircase is all weird. Yeah, I see no reason why it should be doing this. I never got that far. You can set up drone for 1 to 20 ports. You can set one drone to... What? Really? Hang on. Has to be built on a drone port. Batteries based on travel distance, refuels at any of its connected ports if available. Transports available input back and forth between its home and destination ports. So a drone port says it can have one other port assigned as their transport destination. So I thought it was 1-to-1, like an A to B. But there's no C or D or anything, so how could you set one drone for 10 to 20 ports. It sounds to me like it just goes to one other one. That's what I read it as. Batteries are easy. Best place is swamp. Have a drone that delivers its own packaged sulfuric acid to make its own batteries. Yeah, I feel like this... Yeah. It just does it constantly. It makes far more batteries than it uses. An open drone port can receive many drones. Do I have what I need to make one right now? No. Well, you can check one in a second. I thought you could only have one. Oh, right. I see what you're saying. You can only have one destination. But you can have as many arriving to you as you want. Okay. That's interesting. I didn't know that. I just haven't used them yet. I'm out of iron and iron rods, iron plates and iron rods. I think I left some upstairs. Hey, Chris. That's OP, and that makes sense why batteries are so hard. The drones work like trains, just in the air. Well, it's a little different, right? Because if you build a drone port, then you can only send a drone out to one other port. Right, so let's call this port A. And we can send our drone to port B. Now, if we make another port called port C, C can also go to B. But not the other way around. It's not like trains. Multiple trains can hit a station and leave a station. Only one drone leaves a port. Many drones can enter a port, though, if that makes sense. We'll have a look now in a sec. I'll just go over to there. I've got drone ports over there. We can look at the interface for it. I've made them before go from one to the other. I never thought like, oh yeah, you could have multiple go to the same one. So you could have like a port. Basically, think of it this way. You can have a port that's a receiver. And the receiver can receive all bunch of things. Yeah? So a port that just sits there, just receives drones coming in. All different goods are coming in if you want, or multiple of the same thing from different places. So let's say I had a uranium receiver. So the drone port just sits there, and the 4 uranium resource nodes on the map all have their own port, and they all fly into the receiver. Yeah? So just like that. So the receiver we could call A. So B is going to A, C is going to A, D is going to A, and E is going to A. They're all going to A. If we were to send that uranium then out from A, it could only go to one other place. It can't go to multiple. But it can take things in from lots of places. That's how it works. Yeah. Yeah, so my idea for drones was purely to make them... the reason I built drone ports, that actually kind of ruins the idea of why I have as many as I do in their places. Because I assumed... Well, I guess we'll see. But I assumed that it had to be 1-to-1, which is why I built 8 in here. But thinking about it, we could just have one that's a dedicated receiver. And then I guess the other 7 could be the ones that send things out, yeah? So if you do have one here that's going to be a dedicated receiver, you could then have a smart splitter that divides up what it gets if you were delivering different types of goods. But it could just all take in one thing. Anyway, the idea was that turbo fuel will eventually, it currently comes in via rail, but it'll eventually just be flown in. And then all the trucks get their turbo fuel from a drone port. That was the goal. So those are my drone ports. Those are the inputs and outputs. And then below is the truck stations and above is the train stations. So we can just have this whole floor to work out where things need to go, if at all, anywhere. Now if we look at the interface, so you have this port, and then all ports. This port, distance, destination. So South Junction, drone port 4. So we could tell them all to go to that one. You know, everyone come to this port. Everyone bring your stuff here. But they're all just going to their one location. That's how that works, I guess. So yeah, that's interesting to know. Your message was deleted, unfortunately. Why was that? I have no idea why that was deleted. Sorry about that, Bobby. I don't even know. I think you might have been timed out automatically or something. Hang on one sec. I'll see if I can get you back. It probably just detected the symbols or something and thought it was just pure spam. He said A and B to C. A not to B and C. Just one sec. I literally don't know how to bring it back. We had this problem before. I need to get more familiar with stream elements. Because on Twitch you just type unban. But I don't think I can do that. So I don't know. At worst case, it's only going to be 10 minutes. But still, it's annoying that it does that at all. I'm just looking through this now. I just don't see like any list of people's names that are out right now. So what about if I just type unban in the chat? It probably won't work, but I'll try it. Doesn't seem to have done anything. I'll try untime out. I'm sorry. I don't know. I will definitely... I'll write this down to make sure I figure this out. Because, oh, he's there. It works. He's totally fine. Never mind then. I thought he was timed out. I'll just check how to do that, though. I know how to time out people. I just don't know how to untime them out. Alright. Anyways, so I was looking to get iron rods. We're almost done for today's stream. What time is left? Yeah, I've only got about 10 more minutes. This is fun, though. I enjoyed today's stream. Moving this entire factory through Satisfactory Calculator, building out all these roads. That was kind of cool. And then just trying to make this place look a little nicer. Let's go fetch more. Oh, Rosie's making food. It smells so good. YouTube's mod tools aren't exactly robust. No, that's why you go through stream elements. And it's like a whole different website. So it's just like, yeah, I don't know. So it wasn't YouTube's fault. Stream elements caught the quote unquote spam, chat spam or whatever that was. I don't know why I built it that way, where the door is on that side. Alright, so you walk along your hall. Does this one have the signs on it? I can't quite remember. No, that must be... I'm on floor 1. It must be the floor above us. Oh yeah, I forgot about this. This place, like, tells you exactly, like, what's going on in it. Which machines are online, which ones aren't online. The target output we should be at and what we're currently at. That's nice to know. Yeah, so we need to be delivering... This is doing silica. And it's actually got the potential for, you know, 100 more a minute, basically. But we need to deliver more quartz. So I have to go get more quartz and get more bauxite. And then this will get used more properly. It's kind of backed up right now because not all the machines are online. In the foundry section, it's the same thing. Some of the machines are off. So 420 is the current out. The target out is 500. And then the A line of that room goes to the A line in this room, which is cool. Good job, Darren. He thought this one through. Yeah, the quartz A line. You can even see it there. Man, that's nice. It's been so long since I've been in here. I didn't remember that. It's fun coming back to it and seeing like, oh yeah, okay, we can figure this out. Let's just go upstairs real quick. Yeah, that's the one that has the signs. I remember thinking they needed to come down lower. They're a bit too high up. So the southern exit, construction side of things, refinement and logistics to the right, floor 2. And that takes us to the eastern exit, assembly, recycling, and smelting. The smelting upper floor. Ah, yeah, this is taking the aluminum out to the train station. I remember now. Okay, cool. Anyway, so yeah, this is going to be the recycling room. Nice big open space for us. So basically, all of the alclad... The alclad comes out here. And the aluminum sheets comes out there. So that's going to be 1,500 per minute. What I don't understand about that, though, is... How can the belt... Oh, the belts are 780, aren't they? I thought they were 600. 780 times 250. Yeah, yeah. So that can handle this. That's why there's 2 belts carrying those 2. Got it. Yep, and then we just need to basically make a dedicated overflow section. I don't know why there's 3 of these, but there is. So, fair enough. And then some smart splitters and things. So I guess I gotta go grab some AI limiters and things. We could do that in the future. I'll put in these windows to finish this off, and then that'll have to be it for today. Just go like this, get rid of these ones. Is that the middle? So we've got 1, 2... No. So 2 on that side, 3 on this side. Damn it! It's not going to be even. Damn. It'll have to be double concrete instead. That's okay though. Window time. My brain is finding it difficult to use trains of instead of impossibly long conveyor belts. Do you find trains to be efficient? Ultimately, a belt is more efficient. No matter what. So there's no arguing against it. Think of it. It doesn't cost any power. And it just goes over terrain and it's a consistent speed. Trains ultimately are never going to be that. But trains are fun. So it just depends what you like. If you're uber efficient, you want just a pure efficiency, and you don't care to do everything in the game, like it's like whatever's most efficient, then I wouldn't recommend building trains. There's no need. Except for like really high, I guess if you're thinking like, if you start getting really high volume. So I suppose if you ask yourself this question, if you wanted to pull together all the copper ore on the map and refine it, which I actually saw a video on just recently, and you wanted to do that somewhere, is it more efficient to just have a train deliver all that? Or is it more efficient just to drag what would have to be something like, I think it's like 40,000 copper ore. So divide that by 780, that's how many belts you'd have. Whereas trains can transfer a lot more than that. Trains move power. I don't know why people like that so much. I mean, that's true. Trains carry power with them. But I mean, I don't see a power line as a problem personally. And also I like ziplining anyway, so... So my train lines all have power running underneath them with a cable, because I just think it's more important to do it that way. I don't know why I'm crazy that way, but and I'm glad I did. You know why? Because now I wonder how it's going to work at this new update, actually, because if power dies, you've got the new fuse box system. So how do trains... You must have to put your train on a fuse, right? And I guess that would be the highest priority. Do not let the train line die no matter what. But if you're feeding your factories from train line power, I feel like you're going to have problems. But that could just be me. Maybe I haven't thought through it enough. I've just thought it's too risky doing that. I'll just run power and use power switches to gate everything. That's just the way I've done it. But anyway. Back in the day, it was also now power... Yeah, I can appreciate that, I guess, yeah. Trains are better for liquids? Yeah, I move fuel. So I'm not that efficient, so don't ask me, I guess, is the answer at the end of the day. I built a train with 13 carriages carrying oil across the map just because I thought it'd be fun. And it was. But, you know, I see people saying like, oh, diluted fuel is the way you gotta go. You gotta package water because you save something doing that and then move it around. But I don't know. I look at it like, you're gonna make plastic bottles to transport liquids. It's like, all right. I don't know why you do that, but a lot of people seem to do that. I don't understand why. But I'm good not knowing. It's fine. I'm happy with how I've built my things so far. If one day I become enlightened, I'll tell you all. But that day is not today. But yeah, I'll tell you what's fun. Watching a train with 13 carriages just like swerving around corners. Carrying like... It was really fun working it out. There was 8 minutes train travel time on the Blue Crater oil train. And I had to work out the time it would take, like the burn rate of that oil for the time it was traveling, and make sure it got there on time before, you know, we burned too much of that fuel, and then working out the carriage distance and getting the stops all correct. I thought that was super fun to work out. But if you just want to be efficient, there's no reason to do any of that. You just make the power on site and transfer the power. Why would you transfer the oil? The hell was that? Rip green energy, yeah. There's mods that do green energy, actually. I thought that was something flying across my screen. It freaked me out. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if they ever do. They've kind of said already they don't ever want to do, like, being able to harvest vegetation properly and automatically and stuff like that. There's a really cool mod. I talked about it last time I streamed, actually. I'm out of stuff. That you get a tractor, just a regular tractor, and instead of right-clicking it and accessing its fuel, you click it, and there's a little slot next to the fuel to put an item on the front. And the item is like a little scoop, or a rotor. What would you call it? Like a lawnmower kind of thing, but big. Big rotor that gobbles up like vegetation. So as you drove over vegetation, it gathered all that stuff for you in its trunk. And I was like, that's such a cool mod. Like, it just prevents you having to run around grabbing grass. It allows you to drive over it and gather it up. What did I miss? Pretty much everything, because I'm wrapping up now in a minute, but I could give you a quick last tour of what's going on. So we've just built the... In fact, I'm going to save it here and call that the end of the stream, and then we'll just activate flying. And we'll fly around and have a look at what we just did. Hydroelectric power would be neat. I really do hope. I don't know if they ever will, but I would really like it if they did underwater stuff, or stuff to do with water. Water feels really underutilized in the game to me. Alright, so the first thing I showed off was this build here. This is actually something I did in between episodes. This is a transport hub, which if you've been following my series, you've seen before, but it's a different one where it's the same on this side as it is on this side. And then down the center, we've got fuel distribution to all the truck stations. So there's 14 truck stations in total, getting their fuel delivered to them via rail. Via rail, and it kind of feeds all of these. I have to hook up the lights as well. To go upstairs, you just have to come into one of these things, go up this way, and then up you are to the logistics floor. So all the stations are here ready to be hooked up if we ever use them. The plan is just to feed in all the surrounding ore, and maybe some of the special items like aluminum casing and things are... The aluminum factory is right next to here, although it has its own train station. But in theory, it could just come to here. Anyway, and feed it up to the train stations. So that's kind of how this place works. And then we've got drone ports at the ready for when I make batteries here. And we've got a nice connecting ladder that takes us all the way up into the drone port itself. And that's it. That's the railway. That's the transport hub, new and improved. So what else did we do? So then we decided to venture into Pink Forest, or whatever it's called. This one, Bamboo Fields / Pink Forest. I don't know the name of it. But we came into here, fought some spiders. Actually, we went a bit further, about over there, I think. Fought some spiders, got ourselves a couple hard drives, and then got the hell out. Didn't really get anything worthwhile from the hard drive, to be fair. Then, after that, we came back down and decided to build... actually start building, right? So we came down and we built... I needed to harvest some Caterium. So I wanted to get this Caterium mine set up. So we've got a modular miner thing in place and a truck station below it. I have to kind of do up the cosmetics there, but it does work. And I'll probably change the road a little bit. We then drove this road all along, I think even through underneath here, along here, and built this brand new road network here, which we go up to, go across, and it takes us to our new transport hub. So big new road network that leads us straight in. This left entrance is going to be an in direction, and the one on the right's out. I know there's a delineation in the road. Don't worry about that though. It's just to keep it consistent. But ultimately, trucks on the right stay out of the way of their stations. Trucks that are pulling into a station use this lane. And then obviously they use this lane if they're pulling in. Alright, so that was kind of that big build that we just did. What was after that? I then kind of showed off what I'd worked on down in the old area. So this is in between episodes. The last episode I did was building that transport hub. But I showed off what I've been doing since. So I've hooked up the Caterium here onto the road. This road kind of goes down, joins out to here. The truck that actually follows this path does eventually go along here. There it is right there. Goes out and around this corner to get more Caterium from here. So it actually says 4 minutes, 10 seconds is the journey time for this truck. It takes 2 pickups, 600 resources per minute at this station with 1 miner hooked up. It's not going anywhere, which is why it's backed up right now. Also dressed up the iron collection that's going on here. It looks a little bit better now. It's got that walkway bridge with some lights on top. Some weirdly, oddly colored belts inside of it. 2 miners in there doing iron. And then 6 miners in here doing iron for a total of 8. 1,200 resources per minute. Journey time is 2 minutes 10 for the truck to kind of collect from here, make its loop up and around, get onto the road, go up into the station, and deliver its load into Bay 1. Another thing was built in between episodes, copper collection, same sort of situation. 2 miners in there, 1 truck. The trucks go along this way. I think they just go straight up here. They collect ore, and then I want to say they... I could be wrong, but they just come back down and around. Down here. Over through PlayStation 1 land. Then they go stop here, get more copper, turn around, and then they drive out this way and get back out eventually onto the road and up to the transport hub. So that road, that one needs to be changed a little bit. I kind of need to build a proper road out this way that just maybe just goes straight across. It's a bit messy. You get the idea. And that was kind of what I showed. Then we did a tour of the factories, of course. The old motor factory, the rig, bunch of stuff out that way. I've actually still purposefully avoided flying over there. I really don't know what's in the desert. I started in the desert once before. Like, I generally know what it is. But I've never been to the Spire Coast. That's where we're going to go next. And then we've just kind of built out this factory a little further on this side. It's now spilling over the edge, so we'll have to put down some support pillars, of course. And I'll just clean up a little bit of the walls and things and the windows. And start kind of finish off this factory. The idea would be to have these slats going around the whole way. And to kind of do the same out this side as well. So that's what we're dealing with. That's the aluminum factory. Love your guide for Satisfactory. Thank you. Hey, Fawaz. Anyway, finish the windows so you don't forget. No, I'll have to go grab that stuff. I'll do that at some other point. It's fine. I won't forget. It's the next thing I'm going to do. And then this week I'll be recording an episode. I think I've got all the Caterium now necessary to build my 40 supercomputers per minute. And I think I'm probably going to do it somewhere out here. So this rail line is going to go straight through this building and continue down here. Been down here once before. They said they might be making changes to this area, so I'm a little worried about that. But yeah, the train line's going to travel down here, and then ultimately either at the end of this area, like down here, or maybe actually in the Spire Coast area itself. I'm going to be building a big supercomputer factory. It would be nice to just build it like right here, and all the oil and stuff is going to be underneath us. I think there's like a bunch of oil deposits here. Yeah, they're all being pinged, so you can see them there. So yeah, that's the idea. So a bunch of oil is going to be pulled up from here. Supercomputer factory is going to be on top of it. The train's going to come out this way as well. And I'll have to finish up the back of the oscillator factory as well. The computer factory is going to feed its computers straight into here, which would be nice, because the only thing this thing is waiting on is computers to get started again. It can make oscillators just fine, but it needs computers in order to feed back radio control units. Alright, so that's going to have to be it. This is a little debug look at the world. But that's going to be it for this episode. So, get some music going. Play us out. I'll read chat just for a last minute. By the way, thanks again to the new channel members. But record setting, I'd say, for this stream. Got like 10 or something. And a few donations as well. So thank you, super chats. Really does help. Like I said, these... I'd say becoming a channel member at the tier 1 probably makes your view go about 1,000 views, roughly. Being at tier 2, the $5, you're looking at about 2,500 views for your contribution. So it's really helpful, you know, because it's a small series, so I really do appreciate it. So thank you. And obviously just being here also really helps as well. Everyone's welcome and everyone's really is appreciated. But just thanks to those that go above and beyond with that. Also, if you want to join my Discord, you can do so. Discord.gg/WDP. It's open to all. You don't need to be a channel member, so just get your butts in there. And then this week, hopefully I'll have that episode coming out where we talk about fixing people's factories, where you can send in your save, hopefully, and I'll be able to do them up a bit. A problem no matter how big or small. Should be easy to do. Alright, hope you have a great weekend, or week, sorry, it's a bank holiday weekend is what I was going to say. The rest of your bank holiday weekend, if you're in the UK, or if you're celebrating one wherever you are. If not, have a good work week, have a good rest of your week. I'll see you later, and I'll be back next Monday with more Satisfactory. Also, I put out a new video today. It was a sponsored video, but it's from the Rift Breaker. If you could go give that a view, would appreciate that as well. It's a good game. Genuinely, really, really good game. I get offered a lot of sponsorships, as I'm sure a lot of YouTubers do, and I try to just pick ones where I think this is a good game. And I've already reviewed that game on a different channel saying it was amazing, so that's how you know you can take my word for it. Alright, that's going to be it. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.